タータル3チークス。
Hello? Hello? Hubba, 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 hello. Hi, what's up? I'm Plushy. I'm the streamer. I'm the one who is streaming here on this channel. This one is my channel. This is where I stream. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What's going on, Turt? Thank you for that resub, for that little prime sub. Thank you so much. Corgi, thank you. That means a lot. Seriously. I hope everyone had a good weekend. Binda, hello. Hello, Binda.
Excellent!
That's a raw dog prime right there. That's a raw dog prime to steal the words from Sandy. It's like the rarest sub that you could possibly have on Twitch. It's a first time subscription and it's using your Amazon Prime. Thank you so much, Binda. Hello. And thank you for the hype train. We're hype. We are, if I had to describe my levels of hype right now, I would say that I'm like level 1 levels of hype right now, but I would say I'm like 62% of the way to like level 2 of hype, you know, if I had to quantify it personally, you know. Enjoy my free Bezos bucks. I don't have Prime anymore, so I don't know why I get it still. Hey, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. Free Bezos bucks means I'm $5 richer, baby. Hello. 1 is poop level. You're poop level. Got him. Freaking got him. Oh my god, get absolutely wrecked. I hope everybody had a good weekend. I hope that you consumed lots of media over the weekend that made you go, oh, I sure do love consuming media. Because I did. That was my weekend. I consumed media. Consumed lots of meat over the weekend, but not as much media. Well, you can't get much media than Turtalis, if you ask me, because he's got so much meat on his bones. Because he's buff. And so strong. So strong. I watched one battle after another this weekend. I really liked it. Liked it a lot. Made me think of it made me think of like Tom and Jerry or Looney Tunes, which is probably not exactly the thing that it was trying to make you think of, but it's what it made me think of. I was gonna see that in theaters, but I couldn't make it. It's on HBO now. I loved it. I thought that Leo's performance was really funny. And it was like, it made me think like, okay, imagine Tom and Jerry, right? But Jerry is the mouse, right? Jerry is like washed up and burnt out and has a daughter. And he keeps lucking out of all of Tom's traps because his daughter keeps stumbling into them, but one-upping Tom. So when Jerry walks into the trap, it's like it already went off, you know? And he gets out scotch-free. That's what one battle after another was, basically. I don't know. That's what it made me think of. I enjoyed it. It was very entertaining. I saw Avatar 3 in 3D 2 nights ago. It's a lot of numbers, Turt. That's a lot of numbers. Too many numbers for me. Was it good? I don't care about Avatar. I just don't really care about Avatar, so I have no desire to see it. Like, I'll watch it eventually, but I'm in no rush. Am I in your year in review? Yes, you made it as the most informative mod this year. Best alternative to Google. in 2025. That's you, Beef. Hi. Hello. Welcome in. How you doing? It was better than the second one. Everybody is gooning over the new villain, Charlie Chaplin's granddaughter. I only watch things about me. Well, I'll be sure to mention you as much as possible. During every single game today, I will give my... Do I think Beef will beat this game or abandon this game? Likelihood of Beef completing whatever game. For every single game I talk about today, I will give my percentage, the over-under of you either beating it or quitting it. How does that sound? Will that keep you locked in? Will that prevent you from leaving and watching anything else today? You bastard. All no's. I mean, look, no spoilers, but yeah, pretty much. Designed with care. Talking about that life. This song is in my brain. It's just like living in my brain right now. How you doing, Beef? How was your weekend? Did you watch anything fun? I started also watching The Three Body Problem on Netflix, which is from the guys that made Game of Thrones, which at one point in time might have been, you know, a glowing recommendation, you know? It's from the Game of Thrones guys. I gotta watch that. But we all know how that turned out. That being said, I'm not familiar with the Three Body Problem novels at all. I think the show is interesting so far. We'll see where it goes. I'm only 2 episodes in. I think Lucidity Waves recommended it to me at one point, because Lou loves sci-fi stuff. But it's taken a while for me to get around to it, so I finally started watching it, and yeah, I'll continue watching it. We'll see how the season plays out. But I don't know, the concept of like the VR thing. I don't know if anybody else has watched The Three Body Problem, but it's basically about like humanity's first contact with aliens, I guess. And the way, I think the way that they like communicate with us is like through these super advanced VR headsets. And I'm kind of like, it's kind of lame. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. You know, I don't know where it's gonna go. So I'm gonna reserve judgment until, you know, I've seen the whole thing. And currently, as far as video games that I'm playing, I am playing Divinity Original Sin 2. They released it on PlayStation 5 last week, as well as Switch 2. And basically the only thing holding me back from playing that game on PS5 was the fact that it was still locked to 30 frames per second, because they're playing the PS4 version. But yeah, they finally updated it to have a PlayStation 5 version. So I've been playing it. And that game is amazing. I think that game is so much better than Baldur's Gate 3. But I don't know. That's just me. I really love the way that, like, the way in Divinity, how like surfaces work and how they all interact with each other. Like, you know, you can make it rain, which will make the ground wet, and then you can cast like an ice spell, which will freeze the ground, and then everybody will start slipping and stuff. And I just feel like Baldur's Gate didn't have like that level of interactivity. Like, you can interact with everything in Baldur's Gate, but the systems didn't layer the way that they do in Divinity. I like blowing up poison clouds with fire. I had one of my greatest accomplishments in all of gaming yesterday while I was playing Divinity. So, if you don't know, there are lots of ways that you can like kind of cheese the game in Divinity, but there's a very very hard boss battle in a mine dungeon type area in Divinity 2. And in one portion of the mine, you can find a machine that will fill barrels with oil, which obviously, like, if you break the barrels, then the oil will spill and it'll slow down anyone stuck in it, and then the oil is highly flammable, right? So, like, I found the machine, I found all that stuff, and then I found a boss battle a little bit deeper into the mine, and it was kicking my butt. It was kicking my butt big time. So I did what any, you know, big brain gamer would do, and I said, I'm just gonna nuke this entire boss battle. So I spent the next hour of gameplay using that machine, filling every single barrel that I could find with oil, and then before I activated the boss fight, I just made a huge stack of oil barrels all around where the boss spawns. So as soon as she spawned, right before like the boss battle like actually began, I just cast a fire spell, had this huge explosion happen, and the boss survived. But the boss was, I think the boss was like an undead, so she survived and she was like in the middle of this fire, and I blessed the fire with one of my characters to turn it into holy fire, which makes it so that anyone standing in the fire gets healed. But if you're undead, healing actually hurts you. And that boss was an undead. So, God, I just felt so smart. I felt so smart beating that boss battle. Cover me in oil and make me explode. I thought you'd never ask, Beef. I thought you'd never ask. 30 streams, man. What a dedicated viewer, this Beef guy. Apparently, they're going to be rolling out a feature on Twitch where you can make one of your mods the lead mod, and it turns the sword into Thor's hammer. And Beef, I mean, I can't think of another mod that has a 30 stream streak right now. Beef, just saying. These other mods need to get it together. That's what I'm saying. Casting Kiraga on Zombie Seymour in Final Fantasy X was a wonderful experience. Was that is that like during the final boss fight when he turns everybody? The one that, dude, Final Fantasy X, those last few boss fights are so crazy hard. I struggled for hours to get to the very, very final fight, and I still never beat that final battle against Sin, where you're like it's like you go through all these boss battles, and then the very, very final one, you have to fight Sin while you're like on top of the airship, and I never beat that one. That's the very, very final fight of the game. You're gonna hurt Pizza's feelings? I guess, well, Pizza, you know, you guys could fight to the death over the lead mod in Party Animals. Does that sound fair? I think it's the third Seymour fight, the one on the snowy mountain. Okay. I know one of the fights at the end, he turns everybody into zombies, and that fight was miserable. Final Fantasy X is one of the 4 games I've beaten. Well, you got one over me. Beef. How did you do that? If it's true, can we call mega mods? Also, hi Cat, hi. We can call them mega mods. I like this. This, you know, you got a good brain in your head there, Cat. It's a really good. If I was a zombie, I would eat it. I'd eat your brain. And it would be delicious, I assume. Are brains more tasty the smarter someone is? Food for thought. Get it? Because, like, you're eating a brain, and that's what you think with? And that's what you think with? You get it? Food for thought? Oh, man. Oof, I am on fire today. I am absolutely in flames right now. How you doing, Kat? It's good to see you. I hope you had a good weekend. Did you do anything cool this weekend? Did you watch any cool movies or anything? I was young and had more patience, but I didn't beat it first try. Would not have done it again. I gave up when I first played that game on PlayStation 2. I gave up on the fight where you fight that weird centipede looking thing on the beach. I don't know how else to describe it, but that was as far as I got when I was a kid, and I was like, I don't know, I give up. But I did get to the final fight as an adult. They're actually more tasty the dumber you are. Oh, it's like a cow. The best tasting cut is the least worked muscle. Ah, I see. Thank you, Turt. Are you a zombie? Are you a zombie, Turt? Same with Final Fantasy VIII. Those boss fights were too long. If I lose 45 minutes into a fight, I quit the game forever. Oh, yeah. I'm also like that, too. I was, over the weekend when I was playing Divinity, I spent like an hour on a fight and lost. I didn't even lose the fight, but I was like trying to protect this NPC, and he died like an hour into the fight. And I had a serious like debate with myself if I was like, am I gonna quit Divinity 2 forever again? Because I've definitely quit that game before, which is why I haven't played it in 6 years, and but I stuck through it. I did actually get through the fight, but that was such a miserable fight. I could talk about that fight. Also, I never beat Final Fantasy VIII. I've talked about this so many times. I got to the prison with all the weird cat people, and that's where I stopped playing. The Jaina fight in WoW was 20 minutes long, and it took us 257 pulls to kill it. Is that like attempts? Are pulls attempts? I can't do MMOs, and when raid like boss fights bleed out into other genres, I also deeply struggle with them. I think in Destiny 1, I played Vault of Glass a few times. I think I beat it once, and I was like, I'm never doing a Destiny raid ever again. And I never did. Including Destiny 2. I never played another Destiny raid ever again. Now, Night Rain. The bosses in Night Rain are definitely modeled after, like, MMO style boss raid fights. And, the Everdark versions of those fights are... They feel impossible. I beat it. Now I'm 2 up on you, but I never finished Final Fantasy VII. I did finish Final Fantasy VII, and the remake, and part 2 of the remake. So that's a triple on you, Beef. Get freaking gamered. Get freaking proven that I have less of a life than you do. Ha! I watched a few Christmas movies and John Mulaney's comedy specials. I need to start writing, and I genuinely don't wanna. But just think of how good it will feel when you get all those words out of your brain and into a document and published. Published? Question mark? I've been holding off on writing a lot this year. And I want to, that's my main resolution going into 2026 is I need to write more. Because usually throughout the year, I write video game reviews, and I wrote exactly one review this year, and that's not enough. Hey, what's up, Bites? It's good to see you. How you doing? How you doing? You're here. You're here just in time for the plushe 2025 year in review. Oh my god! Bites! Thank you so much. What an awesome freaking cutie. Thank you so much for the donation. That's very generous of you, and I deeply, deeply appreciate it. How you doing? It's good to see you. I hope you had a good weekend. I hope you're excited for the holidays. You beautiful, beautiful soul, you. I finished Remake, but not Rebirth. Oh, okay. So only 2 up on you. Dang it. FF7 was one of the first games I ever beat. I beat it in 1999. When I first played Final Fantasy VII on PS1, I made it to the train graveyard. Never made it further than that. Very early in the game. I didn't understand any of the mechanics in that game. Like, I didn't know what materia was. I'm pretty sure I just played through the game naked, you know, and no materia equipped or anything. So it was pretty rough. It was a pretty rough first experience. The first Final Fantasy game that I ever beat, this is actually going to be embarrassing. The first Final Fantasy game that I ever beat was Final Fantasy 15. I went back and beat nearly all of them after that, okay? Alright? I beat like every single one after that. Not really, but a lot of them. But 15 was the first one that I actually rolled credits on. Final Fantasy always got, like, I would always get to a boss fight that would just demolish me because I didn't, like, grind enough. And I could never be bothered to grind, so that was my experience with most Final Fantasy games, was like, I like this a lot, but man, those boss battles really are rough, you know? That's the problem, my head empty. What game was the 2025 review, though? I feel like that must have been an amazing game. Oh, I'm gonna talk about it, Kat. Don't you worry. You will know. If you stick around and watch this stream, you will know the one game that I wrote a review for. Actually, the review is in my Discord. If you look in my Game of the Year contenders section, there's that's where I post my reviews, and there's literally only one from 2025, so you could technically see it, but I will be talking about it in a little bit here. Mine was 7 and then Mythic Quest. I had Mythic Quest on Game Boy, but I also never beat it. Final Fantasy games take 10 million years. Yeah, they are also quite a, you know, you gotta dedicate yourself to beating one. Mine was 13. My first time playing 13, I made it to the, like, tower. Oh my god. Bivels! What an awesome freaking cutie, dude. Thank you so much for the dono. Thank you so much. Happy holidays, and seriously, thank you for the generosity, everyone. It means a lot, so thank you. But yeah, in Final Fantasy 13, I made it to, like, the open world section, and then there's, like, a tower, and when you get to the top of the tower, there's, like, a boss fight against something, and I never beat that. But I did go back and beat Final Fantasy 13 on my Xbox Series X, because they updated it to be 4K, 60 FPS, and everything, so that was cool. Poop. Thank you for pooping. Thank you again, Beef. Seriously, thank you. It means a lot. Okay. Should we get into things? Should we start the show here? Should we actually get into 2025 in review? Let me start with this. Today there is a sponsor. Well, kind of a sponsor. I'm just gonna call it a sponsor. Today's stream was brought to you by the Rogue Prince of Persia, which is now available on Nintendo Switch 2. I got a review copy of Rogue Prince of Persia on the Nintendo Switch 2 as well as on the PC. And because I got this, I decided to exclude it from any Game of the Year type of conversation. That's not to say that I don't like the game. I actually really do like the game. But I felt like it would be weird to include it in any of my lists, considering that I am a Ubisoft partner and I'm specifically trying to sell this game to you. But yeah, if you type in RPOP, it'll bring you to a link to the Ubisoft Connect store where Rogue Prince of Persia is currently on sale for 50% off. You could use my code, which is plushe to get I don't know if it gives you an even bigger discount. I don't think it does. But it makes me look good. I mean, if you're gonna buy it on PC, help a homie out, I guess. But I would definitely... I'm actually gonna talk about Rogue Prince of Persia for a second. I highly recommend getting it on Switch 2, if you have a Switch 2. It is the perfect handheld game. And gameplay-wise, it's Dead Cells 2. Dead Cells is one of my most played games on the original Nintendo Switch. I think that it's a perfect game to play in handheld mode. And Rogue Prince of Persia was developed by Evil Empire, the second developers of Dead Cells, because Dead Cells has two different developing teams. The first one was Motion Twin, and then Motion Twin left and handed over development to Evil Empire, who handled all of the DLC and all of the post-launch updates. Evil Empire then went on to develop the Rogue Prince of Persia, which is pretty much Dead Cells 2. I would say the biggest difference is you kind of like have all of your movement abilities from the get-go. So instead of unlocking more areas as you play because of movement abilities you get, you kind of unlock different areas just by playing and exploring, as opposed to any of them being like locked behind upgrades or anything like that. I think this game has improved a lot since early access, and I highly recommend it. I really, really enjoy it. And like I said, Switch 2, that's where I would go to purchase it if I was purchasing it. But if you are a PC gamer, then why not use my Ubisoft code? Okay, the ad is done. The ad's done. There you go. Very genuine, glowing recommendation for the Rogue Prince of Persia. I might bring it up again at some point in the stream later. But there you go. Now, with that being said, let us actually start talking about stuff. Let us actually start talking about some stuff. I'm going to keep music on. It's just going to be really low in the background. I like this little chill playlist that we have going on right now, too. Alright. I'm going to go small for this. You know? Alright, let me make sure this works. Look at this. I made visual aids. I made visual aids for you guys. This is how much I care about you. That I would actually make visual aids to go along with today's stream. Plushy's 2025 year in review, where we talk about a bunch of stuff that I liked and also did not like from this year. Starting with a bunch of games that I played this year that I would recommend, but that I'm not really going to spend a lot of time talking about. These are all games that I either played on or off stream that I enjoyed, but didn't quite make the list in any other way, I guess. You like us? Especially you, Cat. Especially you. Okay. The stuffing. Here comes the stuff. Get stuffed. Alright. Here are pretty much all of the games that I played that I'm not going to be talking about today, but that I enjoyed. Dispatch. Time Flies. Shinobi. Art of Vengeance. Deltarune. Chapter 3 and 4. Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. Ninja Gaiden 4. Ender Magnolia. South of Midnight. Morsels. Ball X Pit. Peak. Mario Kart World. Ghost of Yote. Sword of the Sea. Hell is Us. Doom the Dark Ages. Split Fiction. Everhood 2. Skin Deep. A game about digging a hole. And Rift of the Necrodancer. Good games. All of these games are good games. If I had to pick 3 out of these that I would say, you know, really stick out, I would say Dispatch. If I had to pick 3 out of these, you're like, hey, I can only play 3 of those games. Give me the 3. Give me the 3 games. I would say, all right, I got you. I got you. You better play Dispatch. You better play Sword of the Sea. And you gotta play... Dispatch? No, hold on, wait. Dispatch, Sword of the Sea, and Time Flies. There you go. Those are my top 3 out of these. Out of these guys, those are my top 3. Is this gonna be on the quiz? Yes. Absolutely. I love that holding is on there. I almost picked a game about digging a hole over Time Flies as my top 3. But I do like the way that Time Flies like made me think, I guess. I love a good hole. Honestly, a game about digging a hole is a great game. It's a great game that does not require much of your time, and is very casual, and it's very relaxing as well. So it's on there. It's freaking on there. All right. Oops. I can't hit the wrong buttons, otherwise I might spoil stuff for you. All right, next up we've got my favorite movie of the year. Ready? So I don't go to the movies a whole lot anymore. It's pretty rare that I actually like get out to the theater. I do kind of prefer streaming movies. Hello, Scratch. Hello, welcome in. Hi, how you doing? It's good to see you. You're just in time for my year in review. We're just getting started here. Did you see all of the games that I played that I recommend that I'm not going to be talking about very much? These are all of the games that I played that I recommend, but that are not included in my top 10 list this year. Games, good games, I recommend playing them, but they're not the best of the best of the best this year, alright? Take a good hard look, Scratch. Take a good hard look. You're going to be upset, Scratch, about one of the games that I talk about this year. But we'll get to that, okay? We'll get to that. First, we got to talk about my movie of the year. Now, I don't get to go to the theater too much this year. It's not Alan Wake 2. That didn't come out this year. Alan Wake 2 was my number 2 game of the year for 2023, I think. It got beaten by Tears of the Kingdom. It got beaten by Tears of the Kingdom. Oopsies. But it got number 2. It did get number 2. So yeah, movies. I don't go to the movie theater very often. It's not very often that... Because I enjoy streaming. I'm a solitary person. I wear headphones when I watch TV. So I'm very, like, you know... If I'm watching a movie, I'm, like, in it. I have a nice big TV. I've got headphones on. Nobody is bothering me. Seeing a movie in the movie theater means I'm hearing other people breathing and chewing, and the screen is far away, and it's it's not right in my brain, you know? So I just don't get as much enjoyment out of going to theaters as much anymore. But there is a movie that came out this year that I absolutely had to go see in theaters, and it lived up to all of my expectations. It is the only time, maybe ever, that I read a script for a movie before seeing the movie. And it did not diminish the movie at all for me. It actually enhanced it, because I got to read it, and then I got to see how it was translated to a visual format. And I loved it. That movie was Weapons. It was not Poop, Tiki. Thank you very much. The movie was not called Poop. It was called Weapons. Movie of the year is Weapons for me. Now, over the weekend, I did watch One Battle After Another, and that is a close second place for me.
Excellent!
Hey!
I heard plushe is the best streamer on the universe.
On the whole universe? On the entire one? I'm sitting right on top of it, baby. Sitting right on top. Hi, Tiki. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for 28 months. I appreciate that. How you doing? Happy holidays. Give Llama a hug for me, please. I've never asked you to give Llama a hug for me, but I am now asking you to give Llama a hug for me, from me. Please. Thank you. Hi. Weapons was good. I love this movie. I love the structure of it. I love the script of it. I thought it was so sad. It was also funny. It was tense. It was creepy. I love everything about this movie. The performances. But mostly what I love about Weapons is this continuing trend of directors who started as sketch comedy people just being the absolute kings of horror and suspense. Obviously, Jordan Peele would be the other one that immediately pops into mind. But, you know, this was directed by Zach Kreger, who started on Whitest Kids You Know, which is a great sketch comedy group. If you're not familiar with them, I recommend checking out some of their sketches. This is coming from someone that doesn't even really enjoy sketch comedy that much, but I love seeing this transition of, like, comedy guy to horror guy, and it just makes for, like, the most creative horror movies. I don't know. I loved it. I love Weapons. I loved Barbarian. I loved Nope, and Us, and Get Out. So, yeah, I was really into this movie. Wait until the sequel, Boss Weapons. Whoa. I'll be there day one. I feel like I've been hearing people didn't love it. I'm genuinely enjoying this new wave horror. People didn't love Weapons. I think that people think too hard about Weapons.
Excellent!
You know? Lou!
Farto.
Thank you, Lou. I appreciate that. Thank you for Farto. Hi, Lou. How you doing? I was talking about you earlier, because I just started watching The Three Body Problem. Because you recommended it to me. You! It's all your fault. I like it. I'm enjoying it. So thank you, Lou. Humph. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. I watched Weapons with Carl and Peaches. Nope, I didn't recommend it because I haven't watched it. Oh, what? You didn't recommend it? Oh. Well, in that case, I recommend it to you. See how this works? Isn't this great? I might have recommended... Oh, maybe it was you, Tiki. Someone recommended it to me that likes sci-fi. And I was like, this guy likes sci-fi. So I watched it. You recommended it, Turt? Who was it? Who recommended it? Weapons is like the preppy girl trying to be goth. What do you think? Why do you feel that way about it? I don't feel like Weapons was trying hard to do anything. I feel like Weapons was just like a very creative, original idea that was executed exactly as the writer and director envisioned it. And I loved it. I loved it. This is also just my list. I mean, obviously, I'm not saying that Weapons is like the best movie to come out this year. It's just the movie that like resonated the most with me and I thought about the most this year, you know. Probably had multiple people, probably, honestly. Hey, Garcia, how you doing? How you doing? If I had to give out a most huggable human of 2025 award, I would give it to Garcia. Another Garcia, because man, do I want to hug you. Man, do I want to hug you. Show's great. Yeah, I'm actually really enjoying the Three Body Problem so far. I just thought it was Lou that recommended it to me. I feel like Weapons just did what it did, and it was a good film. I'm not saying Weapons is bad, it just wasn't for me. That's totally fair too. I'm not trying to convince you to like it or anything like that, or change your feelings about it or anything. I just, for me, it was out of all of the movies that I watched this year, which admittedly isn't a ton. I used to be like a huge movie guy. I would see like every movie that came out as it came out. I've definitely slowed down on my movie consumption. But out of everything that came out this year, the thing that I thought about the most was definitely Weapons. Let's do it. Let's meet halfway. Full sprint into a hug. I'll sprint the whole way. In slow motion, Garcia. All the way across the country. My guess was your top pick would be Sinners or Five Nights at Freddy's. I haven't seen either Five Nights at Freddy's movies. They just don't seem like they're for me. I haven't played any of the games either. Sinners was beautiful, for sure. But I liked Weapons more. I felt like Weapons was more original. Like Sinners was very, very, very close to From Dusk Till Dawn, you know, which I think Sinners is a much better movie than From Dusk Till Dawn. Let me be completely clear. It had a message, it had a theme, and it executed it perfectly, in my opinion. But on the basis of, like, originality and creativity, Weapons for me. Weapons. For sure. Sinners was really good. I also just watched One Battle After Another, which I thought was phenomenal. I watched that yesterday. So, honestly, a good contender for Weapons spot. But Weapons, I've been thinking about it for way longer. At this point, because, you know, One Battle After Another is so fresh for me, but amazing movie. Highly recommend it. I'll slowly walk, you can sprint. Such a BFF message. Sinners was a spectacle, which is great. I loved Sinners as well. There were a lot of movies that I watched this year were awesome. It's pretty rare for me to, like, sit through a bad movie or even bother. Like, if a movie is getting bad reviews, I'm not even gonna waste my time on it. for the most part, you know. I have to be really interested. Did Sinners even come out this year? No, it did. Sinners came out this year. Yep. You know another one? It was not gonna win for me, but God, I really enjoyed the Chainsaw Man movie. It was so beautiful. The animation was just so good. I'm a cartoon guy, you know, I'm a cartoonist. I like anime. Chainsaw Man movie was a spectacle, for sure. One movie I still haven't watched, Begonia. I haven't watched Begonia yet either. That's on my list. Whenever it goes to streaming, I'll watch it, but I was thinking about renting it last night, honestly, but I talked myself out of it. I watched one battle after another, and Three Body Problem. Been watching that. Bad reviews in horror, I do not really listen to be honest. Some of the movies I enjoy in horror really don't land with other people, and that's okay. Like Hard Eyes, I really like that movie. Was a box office failure though, but it was a ton of fun. Horror movies are a little different because, yeah, I mean, they're a little more, you know your taste type thing. Like, if you know your taste in horror movies, then there's a good chance that you might like something a lot of other people didn't like, you know? I haven't seen Hard Eyes yet. I can't think of, like, too many horror movies that pop into my head that I watched this year. Oh, Frankenstein was another contender. I really liked Frankenstein. I would say Frankenstein, One Battle After Another, and Weapons were like my top three that I saw this year. But I think Weapons was number one for me. I enjoyed the director. He's a member of the Dropout cast. I don't know what the Dropout is, Garcia. But is that Hard Eyes? So that's another, like, comedian turned horror guy. That's a good point. I feel like recently media has overhyped a lot of films that ultimately ruined the experience for me because I was expecting too much from a movie. Yeah, I try not to go into a movie with, like, too many expectations, but I take into account, like, peer reviews over, like, critical reviews. Like, Wrong Priority, a frequent collaborator of mine here on Twitch, and wonderful content creator in their own right. Big cinephile. If he has a glowing review for a movie, most of the time that's going to align with how I feel. So I'll take that more to heart than, like, someone that I don't know, or just, like, a random review on the internet or whatever, you know? Dropout. Oh, College Humor. Okay. I haven't seen Frankenstein yet. Waiting to see it with my family. Good Christmas movie. There you go. Christmas family movie. Caught Stealing was good. I haven't watched Caught Stealing yet. That's the new Darren Aronofsky movie. I was thinking about watching that over the weekend too, but other stuff. I watched other stuff. YouTube channel, lots of improv, sketch stuff. It's comedy channel with lots of improvisers. It's good. Okay, I'll check that out. Movies that come to mind are Oppenheimer and the Barbie movie. Well, that was kind of like a phenomenon because it was just two super huge budget movies from the same studio, which is crazy, coming out at exactly the same time, like cannibalizing each other, that both got really good reviews. I liked both of those movies. I liked Oppenheimer. I wouldn't watch it again. I liked Barbie. I wouldn't watch it again. But you know, I was thinking about Oppenheimer while I was watching One Battle After Another. I feel like a lot of new movies have this thing where the soundtrack like goes through the entire movie without ever stopping, and it adds this like sense of urgency. Like Oppenheimer definitely had it. That movie was propelled by its soundtrack. And then One Battle After Another handled its soundtrack very similarly, where like I don't know, I feel like you're just kind of like subconsciously programmed to like notice the soundtrack like stopping as the scene changes and like changing to fit the scene kind of. But in One Battle After Another and in Oppenheimer, it just like bleeds through the entire movie. It's really cool. I like that. Definitely had Snatch vibes. I'm like pretty mixed on Guy Ritchie stuff, but oh, uh but Caught Stealing is not Guy Ritchie, it's Darren Aronofsky. So that's interesting. I like when directors step outside of their wheelhouse a little bit, which brings me to another movie that I watched this weekend, The Phoenician Scheme, the new Wes Anderson movie, which I liked, but that dude needs to do something different. He needs to make a horror movie, genuinely. He needs to make like a very, very creepy horror movie because he just keeps making the same movie over and over and over again. And it's not that they're like bad movies, but they're just all like there's no emotion in them anymore. You know? Um, I love the subtle details like that. The sound propelling the film, invoking deeper emotions. I need to see that one. One Battle After Another. Cat? That one? Yeah, I highly recommend it. It's refreshing for Aronofsky. Phoenician Scheme was okay. Hey Gus, how you doing? This is my stream of the year where we talk about all of the things of the year. Like my movie of the year, which for me was Weapons. It's the movie that I thought about the most this year, that I enjoyed the most this year, that I liked so much that I read the actual script of before seeing the movie, which is crazy. I was like, I need to know what this movie is. So I read the script and I loved it. And then I was like, I want to see this movie even more. It didn't even like technically it spoiled the story for me, but it didn't spoil the art. It didn't spoil the film. Phoenician Scheme. Oh, maybe I'll do a Wes Anderson weekend. I like Wes Anderson. I like a lot of the Netflix stuff that he did recently, like all of the Roald Dahl adaptations starring Benedict Cumberbatch. But his movies lately have just been so bland. Phoenician Scheme, Asteroid City. There are bits in each of these movies that I like, but overall they're just kind of like, I need Wes Anderson to make a horror movie, or Wes Anderson to make a Marvel movie, or something, like just something different, you know? Anything that isn't just a movie about like a sad, upper middle-aged man coming to terms with his family or generational trauma. Or it's fine to have like recurring themes throughout your filmography, right? Like Wes Anderson has characters that are consistent across his movies, and that's fine. But I would love to see something a little different, like totally outside of his wheelhouse, you know? I like that idea. Anderson doing a horror film. Go ahead and call him up. Say we give him the green light. Well, in Phoenician Scheme and in Asteroid City, there are a lot of moments that are very like David Lynch, very Lynchian, and I would like to see him lean into that. Just full on, like just make a weird ass David Lynch style movie. You know? Yeah, we give him the green light. You know? Will it do well? Honestly, probably. If he wants to make some money, make a horror movie, you know? All right, next up, we're going to talk about my anime of the year, which this will be a quick one. I don't watch a ton of anime. I always like to include this every year, though, because I always find that the best anime of the year is worth talking about, at least a little bit. So I will give you my anime of the year. It'll go triple platinum with us, so what's it matter to the world? Yeah, I'll just watch it over and over and over and over again. Every day, 3 times a day, in the theater. Anime of the year is Lazarus. Lazarus is the new anime from, oh god, I can't think of the guy's name. Watanabe? The creator of Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo and Space Dandy, some of the most legendary anime of all time. And this anime is absolutely beautiful. It is so beautiful. It's basically about a genius who invents a drug that is essentially a cure-all, and everybody on Earth takes this drug, whether it be for, sickness or depression or anxiety, whatever it is, you are taking this drug to cure yourself. But it turns out that the guy who made it, basically, he made it so that everybody who takes this drug is going to die within like the next 3 years, right? And like 3 years have passed, so now we are getting to the point where like humanity is, everybody's gonna die within like the same 3-day span or whatever, because everybody started taking this drug around the same time. It is beautiful. It has such a gorgeous soundtrack, amazing use of color. The animation itself is fluid and cool, and again, I don't have like a lot to say about this other than, if you had to watch one anime this year, this would be the one that I would say you should watch. It has a message. It's gorgeous. It's got action. It's got an amazing soundtrack. It's from one of the all-time greats, literally a legend of the industry. I don't know if it's going to come back for a season 2. I don't know if it's just going to be like a one and done type thing. But rest assured that if this does come back for a season 2, I will be there, planted firmly in my seat, consuming every glorious second of it. Now, it goes without saying that every year, my anime of the year is really One Piece. And I have to specifically not make anime of the year One Piece, because otherwise anime of the year every year would just be One Piece. But with that being said, butt piece? No, I wasn't gonna say butt piece. With that being said, for the first time in all of One Piece's runtime, One Piece is going to be seasonal. So up until now, since, 1999, One Piece has aired all year round, with only very short breaks, like a couple weeks before it, like, picks back up steam again. And now for the first time, they're actually taking an extended break between seasons to actually bring One Piece up to modern animation standards. Now, One Piece has looked great for the last few years, but it has to be stretched pacing wise because of how close they are to the manga. So now them making it actually a seasonal show instead of just constantly pumping out episodes, the pacing will finally be on par with the manga. And the show should look really great on top of that. So don't be surprised if my anime of the year next year is One Piece. I've held off on making One Piece my anime of the year for like several years in a row. Next year, if it becomes anime of the year, I warned you. But yeah, seriously, Lazarus, I highly recommend it. You can stream this on HBO. That's where I watched it. Lou, did you ever finish watching this, or did you... I know you started it, right? I recommend it. So there you go. There you have it. Anime of the year. Take it to heart. What's next? Hold on one second. What's the next thing that we're gonna talk about here? Hey, there's some stuff I've still gotta talk about. There's all kinds of things that I'm still here talking about. That I gotta talk about. So let's talk about them. I never finished it. I'm not disappointed, Lou. I'm just angry. Okay? I'm not disappointed. I'm just angry. TV show of the year. This one is a pretty easy one. Severance. TV show of the year is Severance. Pretty easy to pick this one. Is there a better mystery box on television right now? Have we had a show this layered and this smart and funny and emotional in recent time? I literally can't think. I can't think of a single show that comes close to Severance. I think there was maybe... I'm trying to think. There was something else that I was like, oh, this could potentially be my TV show of the year, but I can't even think of what the show is now. So clearly Severance. You loved Severance because it's named after a human resources process, and you love HR. Don't we all? Don't we all love HR? Severance is not my favorite show. Foundation, probably. Foundation is probably your favorite show of the year. I have not watched Foundation yet. Well, I don't have Apple anymore. I finally canceled my Apple. But you better believe that when Severance Season 3 rolls around, I'm renewing for a month or whatever, you know? We all love HR. That's what I do for a living. And that's why we love you so much, Gus. I knew there was something about you that I just loved, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. And now my finger is firmly pressed on it. Please don't report me to you. You know? I thought Silo was really good as well. Did they do a season 2 of Silo this year? I would cancel every other service first. No, Apple is definitely the service that I was using the least out of every service that I had. It was pretty much just for Severance. I mean, there were other shows that I was watching on it, but nothing convinced me to stay. The other shows I was watching were what was it called? Murderbot and the John Hamm show or whatever. It just didn't really grab me. I'm not a snitch. You're not in trouble. Okay. Phew. Okay, good. I watched pretty much every series. Technically, it was 2024, 2025. Oh, Silo. There was another show that came out this year that I really, really liked, and I can't freaking think of it for the life of me right now. Was it like an Amazon show? What was it? Something else came out this year that I was like, hey, I like this. Pluribus, I did not get to watch Pluribus yet because I canceled my thing, my Apple. Chair Company. Chair Company is probably my favorite comedy of the year. What was airing with Chair Company? I feel like there was like something on before Chair Company that I would watch every week, and then was it It? Was that airing at the same time as It? I don't know. It is another show that I enjoyed, but didn't come anywhere close to having me hooked like Severance did. K-pop Demon Hunters? No, that's a movie. We already talked about movies, Gus. Jeez. Chair Company is great. Task was pretty good, but it wasn't not like show of the year. Didn't top Severance for me. Did Invincible come out this year, or was that last year? The latest season of Invincible. I guess that was last year, huh? I don't know. There's another show that I definitely watched that I definitely enjoyed, but I can't. It's totally lost on me. Oh, you know what it is? Was Common Side Effects. Common Side Effects. That was the other one. TV show of the year. Common Side Effects was amazing. Season 3 Invincible was also this year. Wow. That feels like that was last year. I enjoyed that as well. Not nearly as much as Common Side Effects, though. That was a phenomenal show. Highly, 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 highly recommend. Please watch Common Side Effects so that it doesn't get canceled. Wish the episodes... Common Side Effects was great. Wish the episodes were not so short. I agree. I could watch hours of that show. All things considered, this has been a long year. It has been. A lot of stuff happened this year. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, Common Side Effects is probably my number 2 show of the year. So yeah. Watch it. Do it. Now. Watch it now. You're not watching it. Why aren't you watching it yet? What's next? Oh. My retro revisit. Every year I try to play a couple retro games, whether it be on stream or in my free time. And this year, my favorite retro game that I played was not on stream. It was in my free time. And it was Metroid Fusion. This was the only game that I owned for Game Boy Advance when I owned a Game Boy Advance. And it took me so long to beat this game. So long when I was a kid. But I loved it. And then I never played it again and never really played my Game Boy Advance all that much. So, this year, when I got my Switch 2, I got the, the Nintendo expansion pass that allows you to play, all of the Nintendo stuff. All of the old Nintendo stuff. And they have Game Boy Advance on there. So I finally played Metroid Fusion for the first time since playing it in 2001, whenever it came out. And it took me about 9 hours to beat this game. It was way shorter and way easier than I remembered. But man, was it good. I realized this year that I'm old because the name Game Boy is now old. Game Boy Advanced is now old. Is now considered retro. Retro is 20 years. Once you hit the 20-year mark for technological things, It's a retro thing, okay? So my retro revisit this year was Metroid Fusion, and I loved it. PlayStation 2 is retro. PlayStation 3 is almost retro. Or is retro now, I think. Right? When did the PS3 come out? Sorry, my thing fell asleep. There we go. I want to go back to Dreamcast being modern. Ah, yes. The Dreamcast days. Talking to a fish through a microphone and going, ah, the future of gaming. What does it hold? What could it possibly hold for us? But yeah, I don't have a lot to say about Metroid Fusion other than it's a game that holds up really well. It's very digestible, and you can get through it in a pretty short amount of time. I would say that if there's one Metroid game to go back and revisit, it'd probably be this one. As far as like 2D games go, that could be blasphemous to people who love Super Metroid. I played Super Metroid a few years ago, and I found it extremely frustrating. But I did not get frustrated playing Metroid Fusion. Obviously, there's Metroid Prime, which is worth playing in 2025, considering that there is the remastered version of it that exists now. But out of every old game that I played this year, my favorite one was Metroid Fusion. Back when Shenmue was a popular game and not a historical artifact, back when Shenmue was not a blight on video games because they tried to make a third one that was absolutely terrible, and now that's all people think of when they think of Shenmue is how terrible the third one is. It's the only thing I think about when I think of Shenmue is, man, they really fucked up with the third one. I didn't finish the third one, which saddens me. I found a Crazy Taxi game at an arcade, and we need an updated version. Sega is making that. They announced that a couple years ago. The updated open world MMO Crazy Taxi game. Don't you know about this, Gus? The live service Crazy Taxi game that Sega is working on? Don't believe me? Google it. Google it. It's true. I wouldn't lie to you. Alright, let's move on. Don't have a whole lot to say about the retro game. Next up is my favorite remaster of the year. I like to put this in its own category because it feels weird to include a remaster in the game of the year talks, but sometimes a remaster is like a really,
You're
really...
getting serviced by a Crazy
Hello?
Taxi Live.
You're getting... No, I'm not, Handy. Don't lie to these people. A couple years ago, so it's GTA 6. It's Sega's GTA 6, yeah. We're gonna drop some T-Bucks on some Kim K taxi skins. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, remasters. Sometimes a remaster can be, like a total game changer. You know, a good example of that is my favorite remaster from last year was Dead Rising. Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. Dead Rising was a game that I could never get into. It was too clunky. It was too frustrating. I just acknowledge it for being a silly, fun game that I could never play. But the Deluxe Remaster finally changed my mind and turned it into a game that I very, very much enjoyed playing. And that is very similar to what happened with this year's Remaster of the Year, which is Final Fantasy Tactics. Final Fantasy Tactics. I got this game on PlayStation 1. I still have my PlayStation 1 copy of this game. I got this game as a kid thinking that it was Final Fantasy 7, I did not realize that there were other Final Fantasy games aside from Final Fantasy VII. So I just saw the words Final Fantasy and I begged to get this game and I got it. And I had no idea what was happening at all. I had no idea how to play this game. So, imagine my surprise years later when I find out that Final Fantasy Tactics is one of the most beloved and influential tactics games of all time. I still am not huge on tactics games, but I started to come around to them thanks to XCOM 2 and Fire Emblem Three Houses. So when this remaster came out, I was like, well, I might as well play the best of the best. And I gotta say, I was very impressed. I very much like this game. I hope that goes to PS Plus. I want to play it. Yeah, I was playing this on my Switch. This was one of the first games that I got with my Switch 2. And it is a perfect handheld game, which is pretty much the only reason that I played it at all, because I wanted to have a game to play on my Switch 2 in handheld mode, and not feel like I wanted to plug it in and play it on my TV. And this was a perfect game for that. I met a guy recently that does Final Fantasy speedruns. He holds the world record in one of them, was playing Rivals with him a couple days ago. Oh, nice. Tactics is his absolute favorite game. I didn't meet him. I follow a Final Fantasy speedrunner on Twitch. His name is Mutski, I think. He specifically runs Final Fantasy IX the most, which is my favorite Final Fantasy. So that's why I like watching him. But yeah, a lot of love for Final Fantasy Tactics, and I enjoyed my time with this one. Gotta do some holiday stuff. Good luck, Lou. Good luck. Thanks for hanging out. I forget, but could you do the original Pixar in the Final Fantasy Tactics remaster? You can. The only thing is that you cannot swap to it freely. You have to have your own save file for the original version and your own save file for the remastered version. You cannot swap between them like the Tomb Raider remasters or like Halo, Combat Evolved Anniversary Edition, which is a little, disappointing, but I guess understandable. They don't have voice acting if you play the original version, which kinda... I don't really need voice acting in my video games, but sometimes it helps, and I feel like Final Fantasy Tactics is one of those games where it helps to have voice acting, because there's so many characters and so many proper nouns, and it just helps to have like voices to associate with the characters. So I played this mostly in the remaster version. Now let me just say that I still have not beaten this game. I'm not anywhere close to beating this game, but I have dumped a lot of time just doing like side battles, and it never really gets old. So even though I've not played this game to completion, I feel like I've played enough of it that I do think that this is the best remaster that came out this year. And this is a year that had Ninja Gaiden Black 2 come out, alright? Ninja Gaiden Black 2. I got to level 47 before I did the fight battle. The first battle? That's crazy. That's too much, Turt. That's too many levels. How you do that? I'll probably play a bit more of this game in January. January tends to have a really slow release schedule where I'm just kind of like waiting for the big stuff to come out in February. So I could see myself playing a lot more Final Fantasy Tactics in my free time this January. But yeah, this was my favorite remaster of the year. And who knows, maybe if you play it, it'll be your favorite remaster too. Alright. Let's move on. Ah, yes. Yes. Next up, we've got 2025's biggest gaming disappointments. Did you have any interest on that Fatal Frame remaster coming? I'm mildly interested. Fatal Frame 2 is the one Fatal Frame game that I played on PS2. So I'm kind of interested in it in a nostalgia sense. I do love the feeling of nostalgia. But I feel like the Fatal Frame remaster and like the later Fatal Frame games are like kind of ugly and like just not really nice to look at. I don't know. I know that's like a really surface level, judgment of the game, but they're just not they look very cheap for full-priced games. You know what I mean? My biggest gaming disappointment is the same every year. Half-Life 3 still doesn't exist. Well, it can't be... Alright, do I have to rephrase it in, like... Out of every game that I played this year, these are the games that disappointed me with their end product, I guess. I get you. I'm interested in seeing how much they can really do with the locale of Fatal Frame 2. Well, I mean, another game came out this year that I'll be talking about at some point that shares a lot of DNA with Fatal Frame, and I think was pretty successful. So, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? All right. Biggest gaming disappointments of 2025. Starting with... yes, okay. Before I get into this, let me just let you guys know that I am an Ubisoft content creator partner guy. I'm part of the Ubisoft creator program. And that means that sometimes I get keys for new Ubisoft games, which I then play and tell you guys about or whatever. And this stream in particular is brought to you by the Rogue Prince of Persia, which is now on sale on Nintendo Switch 2. I absolutely love the Rogue Prince of Persia, but I will not be talking about it at all today, other than just to let you guys know that it's out now on Switch 2. I thoroughly enjoy it. It's probably one of my favorite games to play in handheld mode, aside from Final Fantasy Tactics, maybe. Those are like, they go hand in hand right now on Switch 2. It is on sale for 50% off on the Ubisoft store, which I have linked in that little thing right there in the chat. And if you use the creator code plushe, I don't think it discounts the game anymore. But it does give me, it makes me look good, and it makes Ubisoft go, man, we sure did do a good job picking that plushie guy to advertise our stuff. So check it out. If you're thinking about getting a Rogue Prince of Persia, I would recommend picking it up on Switch 2, if you have a Switch 2. If you're going to pick it up on PC, help a homie out. Anyway, that's it for the ad portion of the game, and of the stream. And now that I have mentioned me being an Ubisoft partner, I am going to talk about something that is probably gonna make me look really bad from Ubisoft, but one of my biggest disappointments this year was Assassin's Creed Shadows. I also got a creator key for this game as well, but you may be aware that I did not create any content for this game. That is because I don't really have anything good to say about this game. I don't really have anything good to say about this game. This came out in a year where Ghost of Tsushima has been out for 5 years. This game came out in a year where Ghost of Yotei released in the same year. This is the Assassin's Creed game that I have been waiting for since we realized that Assassin's Creed was going to be focusing on different time periods, right? I think when that was like, when Assassin's Creed 2 and 3, when it was like made very clear, like Assassin's Creed is going to focus on different time periods, blah, blah, blah. Everybody wanted feudal Japan Assassin's Creed. And when Ghost of Tsushima came out, that was pretty much what that game was. And it was done pretty much as well as you can do an open world stealth action game, right? Without just like completely aping all of Assassin's Creed's everything. I think that Assassin's Creed Shadows, it is one of the blandest games I've probably ever played. Probably ever. There's so many things to talk about with Assassin's Creed Shadows and where they went wrong with this game. I will say it's a gorgeous game. It looks very, very pretty. But from the fact that, like, the towers that you climb are all exactly the same. There's no thought process behind it. The game is way too big. This just, I was genuinely disappointed with this game, which is crazy because I don't expect a lot out of Assassin's Creed to begin with. I've kind of been disenchanted with the franchise for a long time. But just the fact that it was like, finally, it's Assassin's Creed in Japan. And they just made it so bland. They made it so bland. That it was just a huge disappointment. So, I guess the next question would be, do you plan to make any sort of content with Assassin's Creed Shadows? And Ubisoft, if you're watching, actually, yes, I may. I may start doing a series next year for my YouTube channel, which, by the way, I think I'm going to upload this stream to my YouTube channel for anyone that missed the stream and wants to watch it whenever they want. It'll probably be on my YouTube channel for you. But next year, I would like to start doing a series on my YouTube where I compare two games that you probably shouldn't compare but are just way too easy to compare, so I have to. And I have a couple games in mind, and one of them would be Assassin's Creed Shadows versus Ghost of Yotei. I would also like to do one of Mario Kart World versus Kirby Air Riders, and I had an idea for a third one as well, but it's not coming to me. But yeah, Assassin's Creed Shadows, again, sorry Ubisoft. Make better Assassin's Creed games, I guess, if you want me to say nice things about this game. Literally the best thing I could say about it is that it's probably the prettiest Assassin's Creed game, but I also think that a lot of the environments and stuff all just kind of blend together. And I mean, seriously, like, if you compare the visuals of Assassin's Creed Shadows to Ghost of GotY, Assassin's Creed Shadows probably like looks better as like fidelity wise, but the amount of color and like vistas and like GotY is just straight up gorgeous compared to Assassin's Creed Shadows, which in my mind is just like a blurry mess. A blurry mess of browns and greens and reds, you know. I know there's more color in it than that, but like in my mind when I think about Assassin's Creed Shadows, I think of a very like almost like monochrome color palette, whereas Ghost of GotY is bursting with color in like every single frame. So yeah, Assassin's Creed Shadows gets the, I guess, number 3 spot for biggest disappointments. And next up, we've got Avowed. Avowed. This is another one where, like, I didn't really expect much, right? This is from Obsidian, and Obsidian made one of the best RPGs of all time with Fallout New Vegas, and then they tried to follow that up with The Outer Worlds, which didn't even come close to Fallout New Vegas. And, you know, I didn't expect Avowed to really, like, be the game to get them closer to being on track. Hey, BZ. I'm pissed off at you, BZ. I am literally so angry at you right now. I am actually pissed. Get that ugly little turd off of my screen right now. What is Huey? Huey was not invited to the stream, BZ. What else is new? That is new. I'm never mad at you, BZ. Name one time that I was ever mad at you, ever. You can't. You can't do it. Thank you for pooping. Thanks for the poop. Hi, BZ, hi. We're doing the Plushy Bowl stream of the year, where I talk about all of my favorite and least favorite stuff from 2025. The DMs would say different. Don't expose my DMs, BZ. Most of my DMs with you are me just saying shut up to you in different ways. Which, you know, that doesn't mean that I'm pissed at you. It just means I want you to shut up. That's all. Hi, BZ. Hi, BZ. How you doing today? How was your weekend? You pooping? This guy. This friggin' guy. Avowed. Just didn't really do it for me as far as storytelling. The characters, all of the companion characters were annoying. I absolutely hated the way that the equipment system worked, where, like, if you were in Area 2, but you had Area 1 equipment, then you would just get one-shot by everything. And the only way to upgrade your your Area 1 equipment to Area 2 equipment would be to go back to Area 1 and grind for resources so that you could go to... It just, like, it didn't make sense. That progression system did not make sense to me. Have you seen the trend of people calling other people just to say shut up and then hang up? No, I have not seen people do that, but I literally do that to BZ all the time. I just message him to say shut up to him. But I would never call him. cry more. I'm not crying. I'm just, uh, I'm bemoaning. I'm bemoaning Avowed. And I wish that somehow Obsidian was still making these like extremely complex worlds that you could interact with. But Avowed, definitely more than Outer Worlds, felt like a very static world that you were in. Like, you can't kill civilians, which, oh, what are you, some kind of monster? You just want to kill civilians, and if you can't kill civilians in your video game, it's a bad video game? No, that's not what I'm saying, but I mean, in Fallout New Vegas, you could kill kids. Another thing in Avowed would be like, you can like steal things from people, like just walk into their house and rob them of all of their food, all of their money, all of their equipment, and there's no like honor system. Like NPCs
Hey, man,
don't react
you're
at
awesome.
all. Hey, Nlif, welcome in. Welcome to Plushy's 2025 year in review. Talking about some of my favorite stuff this year and some of my least favorite stuff this year. I hope you're doing well. Right now we're talking about Avowed, which I think was one of the biggest disappointments of the year. I guess Obsidian kinda... They also came out with Outer Worlds 2 a couple months ago, which people seem to enjoy. But man, they're just like cranking these games out. I almost feel like maybe if they had just like held off on Outer Worlds 2 and focused on all of their resources, being an Avowed, it'd be a better game. Or maybe they could have just focused the Avowed resources in Outer Worlds 2. It just feels like Avowed feels kind of like a nothing burger when you look at the other stuff that Obsidian is doing or coming out with. Morrowind is one of the best games ever, and a big part of that is you can kill anything, including characters required to beat the game, receiving a message that you've doomed the world. I think all force limitation in games are a failure to the experience of playing them. Yeah, well, obviously games are going to have limitations, and that comes down to how the developer is implementing them and stuff, but from Obsidian in particular, who have experience doing exactly that, Tiki, with New Vegas, maybe not to the extent where you could like necessarily like ruin the entire game, but you could get really close to that in New Vegas. And then to having Avowed, where you're just like living in a cardboard world where you can't interact with anything. It's pretty disappointing. I think it's earned its spot on the disappointments list. Limitations resulting from limitations of the mechanics themselves make sense, but why put extra code to limit players specifically? I don't know. But, did you play Avowed, or are you not interested in it? I've played, I know Avowed is like a continuation of the Pillars of Eternity franchise, which I played the first game. I never beat it. I got pretty far in it. Note, in the first Pillars of Eternity game, I hit a point where I just started killing everybody, including quest givers. Okay? But yeah, I never played Pillars of Eternity 2. I'm not like overly familiar with this world and like the lore and stuff, so I don't care about that. But just like from Obsidian, Avowed was... What a disappointment. Watched a bit of it, but just from watching it, I didn't want to buy it. No, yeah, totally. I would not recommend it. I would say this is one of those games that, like, if you had Game Pass, then it's worth checking out because you're already paying for Game Pass, so you might as well. But I could not stick with this game for very long. I played the Act 1 and started getting through Act 2, and I was like, I can't do this anymore. Okay. And we've got one more disappointment, which is technically the runner-up to being the worst game of the year. It's not quite the worst game of the year that I've played. Let me add that in as an addendum. Obviously, I think everyone is in agreement that the actual worst game of the year is Mind's Eye this year, but I did not play Mind's Eye, so that will not be included on my list. But the runner-up to worst game of the year is Possessors. Maybe saying that this is a runner-up to worst game of the year is not quite fair. Because this is not the worst game of the year, but it is the biggest disappointment of the year. Possessors, if you don't know, is the newest game from Heart Machine. Beloved indie developers behind Hyper Light Drifter and Solar Ash. Hyper Light Drifter I played on this channel this year. Solar Ash is one of my favorite video games of all time, hands down. And Heart Machine, I mean, I might as well just put them as a studio on my disappointments for 2025, because I don't know, like, in an attempt to maybe get some sort of funding or something, they decided to make a live service game called Hyper Light Breakers, which was not good, failed terribly, is not going to make it out of early access. They have to abandon the entire project because it did not meet their expectations. And at the same time, they were working on a 2D Metroidvania, which kind of already puts them at a disadvantage in 2025. Releasing a Metroidvania in the same year as Silksong is rough, let alone right after Silksong has just released. That's got to be a little disheartening. Get it? Because Heart Machine. Get it? But Possessors is a 2D Metroidvania where you play as a girl who's been possessed by a demon, and demons are invading the world and messing things up. It's got a pretty striking art style to it, and it's got pretty cool enemy designs. But that's about the only good things that I have to say about this game. There is far too much dialogue in it. Man, oh man, do I miss the days when Heart Machine had no dialogue whatsoever in their games. Because Hyper Light Drifter had none. Solar Ash did have dialogue, but it was all voice acted, and there wasn't, like, a ton of it. I think it was voice acted in Solar Ash. There is a lot of reading in Possessors. It's not voice acted. I think that the game is very buggy. It does not feel good to play. Your character feels way too floaty. The balance seems all over the place. Once you find, like, a couple certain items, there's no point in switching away from them. The world is extremely confusing to navigate, which could be a good thing. I mean, Silksong, to an extent, is confusing to navigate, but Silksong has a distinct look to every single one of its areas that that makes it easier to navigate, because every area doesn't look exactly the same. Possessors, every area looks pretty much the same. I could keep going and going about how disappointing this game is. But easily the most disappointing game of 2025, simply because I really like this studio. and their first two games had me very, very excited for the future of that studio. And now in 2025, I mean, the studio might shut down. They've had two flops that have been super poorly received, and understandably so, because they're not good games. Possessors feels like it was rushed to maybe... Again, it feels like they're kind of just trying to meet investor demands. So, like, we're making a live service game. We're putting it in early access. Possessors, it's not done yet, but we need to release another game in Q4 2025, so we gotta just shit it out. And this game, it needed more time in the oven. Because it's just not refined. It's not polished to the degree that I expect from Heart Machine, and that's really disappointing. All right. So there you have it. My biggest disappointments in the gaming space of 2025. Other than, there is one disappointment that I have not mentioned, because it's kind of like... Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. Granny got locked out of the house, so I had to run down and let her in really quick. Anyway, I'm back. I'm here. Hello, hi, hello. Okay, we're gonna take a break here in a few minutes, but before we do, let's talk about what I consider the worst game of the year. Where's President Scratch at? Is President Scratch here? They're not going to be happy if they are here. Okay. I'm going to talk about what I thought was the worst game of 2025. And I do not recommend anyone purchase this game. Okay? Here we go. The worst game of 2025 is none other than FCB Firebreak. Holy moly. What a stinker. What an absolute turd of a game. Same dealio. Remedy, I don't know what they were thinking with this one. Clearly, this was something that was aimed at investors. Hey, look, we're going to make a Left 4 Dead style game set in the world of Control. Oh, wait, is it called FBC? Is it FBC or FCB? Federal Control Bureau? Is it BC? I'm doing this with my finger. BC? Question mark? This game was trash. I feel so bad for anyone that actually spent money on this game. It's maybe fun for like 45 minutes. How long did we play this game, BZ? We played this game for like 2 hours probably. And by the end of that second hour, we were pretty much like, all right, we saw the entire game and I never want to play this again. And we never did. Like an hour or two. This was just, I mean, like, hey, wouldn't Left 4 Dead be fun if instead of shooting zombies, you had to spray water on Post-it notes? Wouldn't that be fun? The first 5 minutes were intriguing. It's like, I like the idea of having a co-op shooter with classes and that have objectives beyond just shoot all of the zombies, you know? But the objectives that they actually had us doing were like so lame. It was like, put the trash in the incinerator, get the Post-it notes wet. I don't even know what the other one was. Turn on the fans or something? The worst game of the year was Half-Life 3 because it doesn't exist still. Well, then it can't be the worst game of the year. It doesn't exist. It's the most non-existent game of the year. Or it's one of the most non-existent games of the year. That's for sure. But yeah, FBC Firebreak, absolute poop, as Llama says. Take it from Llama knows. Llama gets it. Llama knows. FBC Firebreak, worst game of the year. Do not recommend. I feel so bad for you if you spent $30 on this game. We played it because it was on PlayStation Plus. And man, I was like, it was so bad that I was like, maybe I'll just cancel PlayStation Plus if this is what they're gonna be giving us for free. You know? No, but this game sucks. And I do not recommend. So there you have it. My worst game of the year. All right. Now we're getting into the real meat. The real meat of it. The real beef, if you will. Beef still hasn't recovered from playing this game. I know, he's traumatized. Do not bring up Post-it notes around Beef. He will be very upset. Trust me. I like this song, by the way. Anyway, I think I'm going to take a little break before we actually get into this. Before we get into the runner-ups of the year. Why don't we take a little break? Ads are going to play shortly. I'm going to get up, refill my water, stretch, maybe eat a snack or something. That sounds good. I think this is a good spot. We'll probably be on for like another 2 hours talking about these games. Maybe longer. I don't know. We'll see. I still got a lot of stuff to talk about. Yeah, okay? But yeah, let's take a little break first. Before I leave on my ad break, let me do an ad of my own. Hey, I'm an Ubisoft partner. I create content for Ubisoft stuff sometimes. And recently, they gave me a review copy of the Rogue Prince of Persia, out now on Nintendo Switch 2. So I played it on Nintendo Switch 2, as well as on PC. And I just gotta say that it is the perfect Switch 2 game. In my opinion, Dead Cells is one of the most perfect Switch 1 games, and Rogue Prince of Persia is basically Dead Cells 2 in everything except for name, right? And I guess IP, which I guess would be the name. Huge recommend for the Rogue Prince of Persia. It is one of my favorite games that I played this year, but because I am an Ubisoft partner, I did not include it in my Game of the Year list in any way, shape, or form. This is just me telling you that if you liked Dead Cells and you own a Switch 2, you should definitely get the Rogue Prince of Persia. If you do not have a Switch 2, but you are still interested in the game, well, let me just tell you, it is 50% off right now on Ubisoft's store, which is right here. And if you enter my creator code, which is plushe, I don't think that you get an extra discount. I don't think you do, but it definitely does make me look pretty good. It makes Ubisoft go, wow, that plushy guy, he sure does move product. So yeah, glowing review of the Rogue Prince of Persia. I have played it on this channel in the past while it was in early access last year. It is officially out of early access, and I've been playing it a lot in my free time. It's been a while since I streamed it or anything, but trust me when I say that it's good. Is a good roguelike. Trust me. All right. Now I'll be right back. Everybody. Let's take a little break, shall we? I'm gonna leave you guys with Horrible, the clown.
Hello, everybody. It's me, Horrible the Clown, and this is my bedroom, my humble abode. I bet you never thought that someone so horrible could have such a cozy place to live. This is where the magic happens. The magic happens in here. I was tasked with the job of doing a plushie start soon and or BRB video. So depending on what this is, the stream is either starting soon or Plush is gonna he's gonna be back real soon. But if you don't know me, I'm Horrible. I'm a clown. I'm kind of the real star of the show over here on the plushie stream. Despite what you might hear, what you might hear through the old grapevine, I am everybody's favorite person on the stream, and I'm loved. I'm worshipped. I'm beautiful. Hey, guess what? Knock knock. Your mom. That's the joke. That was pretty good, right? I got a lot more where that came from. Baby. You want another? You want another one? Knock knock. You're stupid. That's the joke. Did we just get a raid? Did we just get raided? No, we didn't get raided? Yes, we did get raided? Well, but, hi raiders. Or not raiders, if there's no raiders right now. I just wanted to, make sure I have all my bases covered here. Make sure if there's any raiders, they know that they're gonna be spending time with me, Horrible the Clown. But what's everybody doing here today? Of all the places that you could go and hang out, you chose to hang out here? With Horrible the Clown? That's pretty hot. I'm not judging you. There was a little, a little lull right there, but I just wanted to let you know that I'm not judging you. A lot of other people might judge you for hanging out with me, but I think that's pretty cool of you. Hey, by the way, knock knock. Farts. You smell like him. Thank you. Can I get a laugh for that? Thank you. Thanks. I'll be here all week. Or I'll be here until this video is over. In which case I will not be here anymore. Well, although I could stay longer if you really wanted me to. Do you want me to? You do? Wow, I guess I'll just have to be the new star of the stream, even though I am already everybody's favorite on this stream. I guess I just have to, you know, forget that ghosty guy, forget that plush guy, get that weenie out of here, you know? I'm the star. What's your favorite clown-based media? Don't say it, because that's just rude. I feel like if you say it, that's pretty much racist. And I'm mad at you. There's a lot of other clown stuff out there besides it. Nobody ever brings up Patch Adams. Why can't we talk about Robin Williams? The late, great, probably the best clown to ever exist. Did Robin Williams go to clown school? I didn't. Not that you could tell. Some of us are just born with the talent. And also, you know, just born as a clown. You can't just like learn being this amazing. It's just not possible. Did we just get raided? Did we just get raided just now? Hello, raiders. Oh, what? We didn't get raided? Okay, I just wanted. Oh man, I just gotta. You never know. You never know with this Twitch chat, this website. You know, maybe we did get raided. Hey, raiders, do you want to hear a joke? Why did the chicken do the chicken thing? 'Cause it was a chicken. 'Cause it was a chicken the whole time. It was always a chicken. Do you want to sit in my chair? Or sleep in my bed? This is where the magic happens. I don't know if I said that already, but that bed right back there? Magic. Wait, no. Why is everybody else laughing at that? Or why is that? That wasn't a joke. I was laughing because, like, you don't even know how not a joke that was. But you guys are just laughing like it's a joke. You don't laugh. You listen to me, alright? You don't laugh unless I approve of the laugh. Ready? Let's test it. Ready? Knock knock. Okay, I'm out of knock knock jokes. I used up all my knock knock jokes. I don't really have any more knock knock jokes on my sleeves. You guys can laugh at that though. That's fair. That is alright. You're allowed to laugh at that because that's pretty funny. That is pretty funny. Thank you. What's your favorite laugh track of all time? My favorite laugh track of all time is the one from Kenan and Kel. Because you could tell that they, like, just recorded, like, one session of an audience laughing and then use it for the entire rest of the series. Like, there's this one really obnoxious lady laugh that you could hear like all throughout Kenan and Kel. You don't believe me? You don't believe me? You better believe me. I know a lot about Kenan and Kel. Who loves orange soda? I do. I know, that's funny. That Kel, she's pretty funny. Was he ever... Oh yeah, he was in that movie Mystery Men. I think. He could go invisible, but only when nobody was looking at him. So that's kind of funny. That's kind of like, you know, you're already invisible if nobody's looking at you. So it's kind of like, what's the point of the superpower? Ben Stiller, come on, Ben Stiller. What are you trying to be the new funny guy? You trying to be the new funny guy in the room? I'm the funny guy, Ben. Okay, stick with your Walter Schmitties and your other dramatic things that you do, like Severance. Oh, Severance.
Severance mentioned?
That's my favorite show.
Oh, horrible.
But I've never even seen an episode.
Oh, man. Oh, shut him up. Shut him up. Shut him up. Hello, I'm back. Hi. Hello. I'm here. It is me, plushe, the streamer, who streams on this channel, the plushe channel, because I'm plushe. That's just who I am. Okay, let me get things set back up here. I gotta reconnect my thing. Hold up. Let me reconnect my thing. My thingy thing. There we go. Okay, so these are my runner-ups of the year. What game? Oh, my worst game of the year, Beef, was this one. FBC Firebreak. Or FCB? I don't know, whatever. Worst game of the year. Would you agree, Beef? Would you agree, out of everything that you played this year, that this was the worst? Cheers. I'm glad we got to suffer together. It was just like... it was fun for like 5 minutes. It was so nothing. It was... it's crazy that they were like charging for that game. The game is like $30. We played it on PlayStation Plus or whatever, but that's a game that people spend $30 to own. And it's got like 20 minutes of gameplay, and it's bad. It's bad gameplay. So, out of everything that I played this year, that was the worst, for sure. But now we're going to do my runner-ups. And honestly, number 15. So these are games that I would consider for Game of the Year, right? Or not Game of the Year, my top 10. But, you know, for various reasons, didn't quite make the cut. But I will say number 15 here could also qualify as a disappointment. I didn't put it in the disappointment section because I still enjoyed my time with this game, but it was not what I was hoping for. So, number 15 is Metroid Prime 4. I held off on making this list specifically until I finished this game. And I finished this game about a week ago? A little over a week ago? And first off, let's address the Miles McKenzie in the room. Miles McKenzie. Everybody made a really big stink about the companion characters in Metroid Prime 4 and how chatty they are and how they just spew Marvel quips And yeah, that's a thing. But they're not really too intrusive, I guess. But even their existence is kind of cringy. It's weird. It's like retro studios are actually making retro games now, because this game felt like Metroid Prime on the GameCube, which is a good game, but is a game, from 2002 or something. I don't know, whenever it came out. And this game feels like it did not advance anything. This feels like it could have been a GameCube game easily. Now, not graphically. The game is gorgeous. I think that the game retains its atmosphere through its art and its visuals and its lighting. Even its soundtrack is good for the most part. But I really expected to like this game more than I did. And I don't know if it's the big empty desert that you're forced to drive through over and over and over again. And also that you need to like grind these like green crystals that are scattered everywhere. It's very, very monotonous and empty. And another big stink around this game, this didn't really bother me, but I do think that it's really scummy. When you're driving around in the desert portion of Metroid Prime 4, it's kind of like got this like weird, eerie, like howling, very faint howling soundtrack. It's very subtle, and it is atmospheric and eerie. But Nintendo actually has music for the desert, and it was locked behind the new Samus amiibo. And considering how much time you spend in the desert, I don't know. That feels kind of scummy to me. It does feel kind of scummy. And also, that didn't really bother me. I'm also like someone that when I'm doing something kind of mindless in a game, I can appreciate that. Sometimes it's nice to just turn your brain off and have some sort of monotonous task that you could just zone out and do that. And Metroid Prime 4 weirdly provided me with that feeling, which is not something that I really would have expected or wanted out of Metroid Prime 4, but it made for a good second screen experience for a few hours where I just had to ride around this empty desert and collect green crystals, and I could just put on a YouTube video or video essay or podcast and listen to that while I did it. So, like, the lack of music didn't really bother me, but also it's like, really, you like locked this behind an amiibo? Kind of ridiculous if you ask me. The gameplay itself also just doesn't really advance the Metroid Prime formula or Metroidvania formula in any meaningful ways, which turns this game into kind of like a comfort food type of experience where I was never particularly challenged by anything, but like was content with what I was doing because it was familiar and kind of formulaic. It also, I would say, like, the biggest disappointment about Metroid Prime 4 for me is that the power-ups are a bunch of like nothing burgers, in the sense that they don't really change the way the gameplay, the way that the game plays. Every single ability or whatever that you get just simply acts as a key to let you progress through certain puzzles or through certain locks, you know? So, I don't know. Compare that to where like something like Silk Song, where or even Metroid Dread, which I had my problems with Metroid Dread. I actually did like Metroid Prime 4 more than Metroid Dread. But I think that Metroid Dread is a much better feeling game than Metroid Prime 4. But overall, I do like Metroid Prime 4 more, I think, which is going to be an unpopular opinion, but it's my opinion. Dang it, and I'm sticking with it. But yeah, it you compare it to Metroid Dread, where like, okay, I got this ability that lets me cling to certain surfaces, which, yes, that will let me now progress to areas because I can run up walls or whatever, but it also can change the way combat plays out. You know, it gives you other angles of opportunity, let's say, within the gameplay itself. Nothing really like that happens in Metroid Prime 4, you know, unless, like, you want to count, like, okay, I got the ice weapon, now I can freeze enemies and open ice doors, and it's like, I don't know. Of course, that's what the ice beam does, but it doesn't really make the game, it doesn't really, like, give any kind of sort of real sense of progression in like a juicy, fulfilling, delicious way, you know. So number 15 on my list is a game that I enjoyed just fine, but expected a lot more out of, especially considering the amount of time that we have been waiting for this game. Which that can usually either go a couple ways. We could either get like a total mess. We could get, like, you could get your Duke Nukem Forever. You could get or you could get something like Silk Song, you know? And I would say that this is not a Duke Nukem Forever situation. It's definitely not a Silk Song situation. But it is, like, it's a game that feels stuck in the past in some pretty unfortunate ways. So Metroid Prime 4 gets the number 15 spot of 2025. Number 14 goes to Repo. Friend slop games are a thing now, and that is a genre that has been assigned to them, not by me, but by the internet at large. And a lot of friend slop games are kind of, you know, you play it a little bit and then you never play it again. Or you see people on Twitch playing it for months on end and you're just like, I don't really get it. I don't know why people are so into this. Maybe that's just because you're like me and you get overstimulated easily. That tends to happen a lot with these games. But there were a few games that came out this year that could have got this slot. Basically, it was between Repo, Peak, and Schedule 1, right? And Schedule 1 is not really in the same category, I guess, as, like, Repo or Peak. But, slop with me. Let's get sloppy. You're one of my favorite people to slop with, Beef. Trust me. Trust me. Out of all of the friend slop games, though, the one that I truly had the most fun with was Repo. Some great moments with great friends, constantly funny. A little upsetting that the game doesn't get updated as frequently as other games, but it's a very small team, and, you know, they are updating it, which is, you know, it's not nothing. I don't know. Repo was just the one that made the most sense to me. I still can't play with, like, a huge group of people because I I do get overstimulated. But, you know, if someone hit me up and they were like, the homies are playing Repo, you want in? Most of the time, I'm in. Most of the time, I'm in. I had a lot of fun with Repo. I think the biggest problem with Repo is just that it gets kind of old after a while. You know, the runs being endless, I think, was a big problem. I don't know if they have addressed that yet, but to me, I think it would make sense to be working towards something like an end goal. And in Repo, it just, you know, it's kind of like an endless run. You just keep going and going, playing the same couple levels over and over again. And it does get old. I wish that it kind of just had a more fleshed out experience in general, you know? Fun to boot up and play with friends for like an hour or whatever, but yeah, the runs could use an ending. I think that's like the biggest criticism I have with the game, is that it doesn't end. Eventually everybody just dies and you're like, okay, I'm done. Or it's gone on for so long and you're still all alive and you're just like, we have to stop now. It'd be nice if runs could. If runs could end, yeah. Just some sort of, like, end goal, you know? Like a roguelike, and you gain some ability or something. Yeah, it's already like a roguelike how you have to, you know, earn money, and then you spend on the money on power-ups and, you know, or items or whatever, and if you all die, then the run ends and you lose all. It's already a roguelike. It's just, it's like they only designed the endless mode of the roguelike and not, they never gave us an actual endpoint. It would be cool if at the end there was some sort of weird little boss battle or something. It doesn't have to be anything like super crazy or complex, just like a little boss battle where, you know, if you're the last one standing, just make it like how it is where when everyone dies and then you fight each other. That, but add like an NPC enemy into the equation. And it's like last one standing is like the actual true winner or whatever. That would be cool. That would be cool. Repo devs, if you want to take my, you know, if you want to take my idea, that's all yours. It's just for the low price of $1,000. That's not bad, right? You guys probably make a lot of money off Repo. Hit up my email, plushebowl@gmail.com. Let's talk business. Anyway, Repo gets number 14 this year. Number 13? Ah, yes, the game. The game. Expedition 33 comes in number 13 for old Plushie this year. You pay off a debt as a team, go into the traders building and try to make it out the other side, end game. Yeah, just some sort of end game for Repo, I think would be great. Expedition 33, everybody's favorite game this year, is not my favorite game this year, but I did think it was a pretty good game. I have a lot of problems with this game. But let me just say that I am totally happy for the team, for winning all of the things that they won and becoming super rich and successful. That's awesome. I think that's a huge win for developers, for small teams. But God, do I hate Unreal Engine. I really do. Specifically when it's utilized in the way that it's utilized, like in Expedition 33, where like all of their art and stuff is great. It all looks great and stuff, but it just has this Unreal Engine look to everything that, I don't know, it's just like I feel like so many Unreal Engine games have this like homogenized look that just do not do it for me. I don't really like the way the character models look, and I don't like how samey all of the environments look. Like, they're gorgeous environments, but when you're actually in like a dungeon area, for me, they're like really hard to navigate because everything kind of just looks the same and there's no map. And it was very frustrating for me to navigate that game. I do think that the soundtrack is beautiful. It's gorgeous. And I like the combat system to an extent. I like that you can break the game open, and this game did not deserve all the awards it got. No, it didn't. I think that it deserved Game of the Year. It deserved maybe performance, and it deserved maybe soundtrack. But even those were kind of questionable. It had no competition for Game of the Year. Yeah, it was going to win Game of the Year no matter what. But soundtrack could have gone to Silk Song, and I would have been happy with that. Honestly, soundtrack, there were a few snubs this year. Mario Kart World did not get nominated for Best Soundtrack, and that game's soundtrack is a freaking slapper. Art direction, I think, should have gone to, what did I say? I forget. I think I said Hades, and then direction, I said, should have gone to Hideo Kojima for Death Stranding. I think audio design, was that a category? I think I also said Death Stranding for that. But no, I don't think Expedition 33 deserved all the awards it got. There are things that I think are great about it, like the implications that, like, hey, if things work out, or if things somehow like fall into place just right, a small team can make a mid-budget game and have it be very successful, and it can be a turn-based RPG. And that won't deter people from it, you know? Kingdom Come had really good art direction. I've never played the Kingdom Come games. They do look really pretty, but they're just not... They're not my type of game. So I don't really I don't have really anything I can say about Kingdom Come other than it looks good. It does look visually stunning. I like the systems in this game. I like the systems that allow you to break a game open and let characters deal absurd amounts of damage. It's fun to figure that kind of stuff out, but it does end up trivializing the game once you do figure it out. So there's kind of like a give and take to that. Once I figured out how to basically win every single fight in one turn, I did not change my strategy whatsoever, and I pretty much lost all interest in this game by Act 3. Act 3 is where it pretty much completely opens up and you can go anywhere and explore everything, and I just lost all motivation to do it. Even though the story was like pretty good and emotional, I had no motivation to see it through to the end. So yeah. Also, the parry thing, the parry dodge thing, like the kind of basically the Paper Mario combat system in here as well. obviously did a lot to make this game as popular as it is, because it's kind of like Sekiro the RPG. It's a real like test your metal type thing for gamers that like to be challenged, right? So it's appealing to people that maybe wouldn't normally play a turn-based game. I got really kind of bored of that as well. How it made every fight. It kind of like. I was happy once I started being able to cut the fight short, because every fight devolves into like a muscle memory game. And instead of it being like anything about strategy or anything, it's just like, well, I have to parry everything so that I can get the extra hits and make this, like, you know, I don't know. It just like, I felt very locked in to having to do parrying for every single fight, even though you don't have to. It's like, well, that is kind of the optimal way to go about things. So I don't know. It just got kind of old for me. It got kind of old for me. It's a pretty game with a pretty good story that has a great soundtrack and is impressive for a small studio. But it doesn't come anywhere near my top 10 list this year. So Expedition 33, sorry. More like Expedition 13th place in my list. All right, number 12. Kirby Air Riders in the number 12 spot. Kind of a weird game to talk about. Mainly because it's like such a niche thing that on the surface doesn't really look like it has a lot to offer. But if you actually kind of decide, I'm gonna get into this, it offers the depth available. Genuinely, I think I think this is a perfect video game for the most part. Can a perfect video game exist? Can a perfect video game exist and be number 12 in a best of the year list? I think so. Sakurai is like Kojima levels of insane when it comes to game design. But he focuses all of that on the gameplay itself and not these like crazy scripts, right? The only perfect game ever made was Hello Kitty Island Adventure. How many versions of that game exist? I feel like that game has existed as a meme for like 30 years, but the game itself has only existed for like 1 year. I see the appeal, but as a viewer, it's the equivalent of jingling keys in front of a baby. Kinda. It's can be visual overload. I can't even imagine being a viewer of this game. I haven't really watched anyone play it. Obviously, like, I've been subjected to the... Like, I watched the Sakurai presentations, and he makes it digestible, understandable, because he's kind of explaining everything as it happens. But yeah, the actual act of playing in this game is just non-stop dopamine, basically. It's constant fun, no matter what game mode you're playing. The regular racing mode, top-down mode, city trial, and the road trip mode, which is essentially single-player story mode. They all are a joy to participate in. I would say, like, maybe my biggest gripe about the game does come from the city trial mode, where you could spend this whole game getting like super souped up and powered up with all of these like different stats and stuff, and like have an awesome car or whatever. And then the way that the winner is determined at the end of a city trial match is by a mini game, and the mini game can sometimes not really fit your build. And it feels kind of weird for that to be the thing that you're working up to the whole time. It would make a lot more sense to me if at the end it just ended either with the choice of like a race or like a battle royale type, like, you know, deathmatch type thing. But instead you have all these different weird little mini games that determine who the winner is, and everybody can pick different ones, right? So if you have a full lobby, you could end up with like 8 people in one thing, 4 people in another, and then, you know, like 2 or 3 in each. So you could be fighting against 16 people for this whole city trial, and then you get to the final like mini game or whatever, and you're only fighting against 2 other people, and it's just kind of like deflating, or it's like, oh, I got first place, I won city trial against 2 people, even though there were 16 people. And then, like, you know, there could be 3 other people that also got first place. If there was like a next tier where it was like, here's everybody that won the previous round, here's the true final battle to like determine who the actual winner is, I think that would be cool. It would obviously extend the play length of a match for the top 4 or whatever people. But I don't know. It just feels kind of, like I said, abrupt the way that a city trial ends. Way more Fall Guys than racing game. It's not quite, I wouldn't say Fall Guys, but it is more in line with like Mario Party than a racing game. It's like a weird mix of racing game and like party brawler, you know? Like it's definitely got Smash Bros DNA in there. It's definitely got like a little bit of Fall Guys in there too, sure, but there's not really like obstacle courses, and the racetracks feel like racetracks, like they're very straightforward. There's not like a ton of hazards and stuff. Most of the hazards that are there only exist as a way to power yourself up and make yourself go faster rather than hinder you, you know? So, yeah, it's a very unique and very interesting game, and it's a game that I have had so much fun playing. And a lot of what my list is determined, like the ranking on my list, is mostly determined by fun factor. When I can't decide, like, if a game does this game deserve to be in 8th place or 7th place, or does the 7th place game deserve to be in 8th? Like, the determining factor for me a lot of the time is fun factor. How much fun per second did I have? What was the FPS of the game, you know? How much fun per second? And genuinely, if this list was based purely off of, like, the fun to time played ratio, Kirby Air Riders might be near the very top of that list. But, I do think that this game is still a little lacking in content. I have no problem with the amount of racetracks in the game. I don't really have a problem with the single player mode. I think that it's very replayable, and I think that it's very fun. But City Trial is probably the most fun that I have with the game, but there is only one map. There's only one map, and Sakurai has gone on record saying that they're not doing any DLC. Definitely no paid DLC. I don't know if that means that maybe one day we'll get some sort of free update of a new map, of a new city trial map. But, God, if you're making a game that has, like, a game mode that is specifically, like, tuned to be an online mode the way that city trial is, it needs more than one map. It needs more. So it's weird that my favorite mode in the game is also the mode in the game that I have the most criticism of, but it's the mode that I play the most, so I guess that also makes sense that I would have the most to criticize about it. But yeah, this is just another game that proves that Sakurai is a madman, an absolute video game design genius. And man, oh man, I know the guy is tired, and I want him to live the rest of his days happy and full of energy, dancing around, being just a happy guy. But I hope that this guy doesn't retire anytime soon, because he makes amazing games. And honestly, I don't think that he could bring himself to retire, not in the near future. I think this guy loves making games way too much to go away. So I'm optimistic for whatever it is that he does next. Thank you, Sakurai, for being number 12 on my Game of the Year list 2025. Should have been called Kirby Derby. Oh, man. Oh, man. That's really good. That's actually really good, Joe. How did they not name it Kirby Derby? What? That's crazy. All right, number 11. This is the game that, oh man, I had a big debate with myself if I wanted it to be in my top 10, and I swapped it in and out multiple times, but ultimately I decided that it is the runner-up of the year. It is my number 11 game this year, and it is Baby Steps. Baby Steps is number 11, everybody. This game surprised me, because obviously it is the new Bennett Foddy game. If you know anything about Bennett Foddy or gaming, you know Getting Over It, and you know what a rage bait game is. Bennett Foddy is known for making physics games where you have to control a weirdly proportioned human-like thing, just with really, really weird controls and usually falling down a lot while trying to climb up a thing that is quite difficult to climb up. And Baby Steps is exactly that. It is Getting Over It meets QWOP, meets an open world game, and it felt like QWOP with extra steps and humor. It was open world QWOP. It was like a fully fleshed out QWOP. And I think that's the thing that surprised me the most about this game, is that this is like a fully fleshed out video game with like a lot to explore and see and figure out and think about. And yes, it's frustrating, but it's also deeply like meditative. I found it to be very zen-like, or I would go into like a zen-like state playing this game. I'd have usually a video essay on YouTube, and I'd make slow and steady progress. And yes, it has humor in it, and it did make me chuckle a few times, Although the donkey wieners were not the thing that made me laugh. But they also didn't, like, make me want to stop playing. I wasn't like, oh man, I can't wait for the next donkey wiener to be on my screen. But I wasn't like, how dare they show me donkey wieners, you know? Yes, this game has donkey wieners in it, by the way. Baby steps. But no, really, I found this game to be very relaxing and silly, and just there was a lot more to it than I expected. It was very, very satisfying to find challenges in the game that don't really even offer any reward other than just to be able to say that you did it. There's like a weird satisfaction that comes with that I normally wouldn't even attempt to achieve in other games. But yeah, something about baby steps. I was just like, you know what? I am gonna keep trying to climb this stupid brick tower that has nothing at the top, just because I think I can. And I did. I really like this game. I recommend it. Baby steps, I don't have a lot else to say about it, because there's not much to the game. But there's probably more than you think. And for that, I would say it's worth playing. Also, it's worth playing because then I get to watch you play it if you're a streamer, and I can laugh at you, which is a big appeal of the game, is watching other people struggle with it and laughing at them. So bless me with that, please. They made you jealous? Very, very jealous, Beef. Did you play this? Did you play Baby Steps? You didn't play this yet, did you? The only thing I ask is that if you ever do play it, please stream it in Discord. I want to watch Beef play. Alright, and now for the main event, shall we? Shall we do the main event? Plushie's top 10 of the year. Shall we do Plushie's top 10 games of the year? I think we shall. I think we shall. Top 10 of the year. There it is. I'll only do it if you watch. You think I won't watch? You think you would play Baby Steps and I would not watch that? Are you crazy? Top 10 games of the year. Aren't you curious what they are? Well, I'm about to tell you. Although there is one game that is not on this list that I did like a lot. And I'm going to tell you about it really quick. This stream today is brought to you by the Rogue Prince of Persia. I am an Ubisoft creator, partner, guy, and I received a review copy of the Rogue Prince of Persia for the Nintendo Switch 2, which it is now out on. And I just gotta say, I love it. I think that it is a perfect Switch 2 game. It is filling the void that Dead Cells has left, which is one of my most played Switch 1 games. Rogue Prince of Persia is from Evil Empire, who were one of the two development studios that worked on Dead Cells, and that DNA very much shows in Rogue Prince of Persia. I like the game a lot, but because I'm an Ubisoft partner, I didn't want to include it in this top 10 list. But I will say, it is worth your time. And if you want to own it, if you want to play this game for yourself, it is actually on sale right now on PC, 50% off on the Ubisoft store. You can enter Plushie Bola, as a code, which I don't know if that will give you even more of a discount, but it will give me gamer cred. It will make Ubisoft go, man oh man, that plush Ebola guy, he sure does sell our product. And maybe they'll tell me I'm the best Ubisoft creator that ever existed. Who knows? That'd be cool to hear. So check it out. I think it's a great game that came out this year. And that's pretty much all I'm gonna say about that. That's pretty much all I'm gonna say about Rogue Prince of Persia. Good game that I like a lot, that I can't include on my list because I don't know, that just doesn't it feels wrong. It feels wrong to do that. But I highly, highly, highly recommend it, especially if you have a Switch too. Okay, let's get into the top 10 of the year. Right after, just kidding. Word on the street is nobody Ubisoft's harder than you. It's true. You might as well call me Ubi hard, because I'm so hard at that. Hi, Steve. Hi. Are you very interested in my top 10 games of the year? Are you locked in? Locked in on the edge of your seat? Yeah, that's you right now. That's you. Well, let's get into it, shall we? Let's freaking get into it. All right. In the number 10 spot, we've got Silent Hill F. Silent Hill F. What makes a Silent Hill game a Silent Hill game? Is it the town of Silent Hill? No, it's not. Because Silent Hill F does not take place in Silent Hill. Does the fog make a Silent Hill game? Well, Silent Hill F has fog in it, but is that what made me feel the most like I was playing a Silent Hill game? No. It's the F. The F is what makes a Silent Hill game a Silent Hill game. But this is the only Silent Hill game that has an F. It's the only one. How does that make sense? Is it the combat? Is it the combat that, like, defines a Silent Hill game? No. Because the combat has always been a weird mix of melee and, you know, your traditional fixed camera angle, tank control, gun play, right? So I would say the combat was never really what defined Silent Hill as opposed from Resident Evil. Although the melee combat is definitely more emphasized in Silent Hill. And Silent Hill F has an even bigger emphasis on melee combat than any of the other Silent Hill games because there's no guns in this game. So that's kind of interesting, but is that what makes it a Silent Hill game? No, I don't think so. What I think makes a Silent Hill game is characters that are deeply, deeply flawed and traumatized and just fucked up in some way. Right? And the way that trauma manifests itself literally throughout the course of a Silent Hill game, that is what makes a Silent Hill game. And Silent Hill F, in my opinion, has one of the most interesting and engaging and empathetic characters in the entire series. I think that I can't think of her name. I can't think of the main character's name. It's like Namiko, is that her name? I can't think of her name off the top of my head, but that performance from that actress for that character, I thought should have won Performance of the Year, personally. And the fears that she deals with and the life that she lived leading into Silent Hill F is some seriously haunting stuff. That says a lot about, like, Japanese culture at the time, and is very relevant even today. In fact, I really feel like if I had to guess what the F meant in Silent Hill F, this is probably... I mean, there is no meaning for the F. The whole point of the F is to derive your own meaning from it and apply it to the themes of the game. But if the creator told me that it stood for female or feminist, Silent Hill female, I would be like, yeah, that makes sense. That is basically, yeah, that's it. This is a great game. I seriously think this is one of the best stories of the year. I think that the format that it was told was excellent, and I think it's one of the best Silent Hill stories. Now, I will say that the combat gets a little old. It is kind of flat out boring if you're not playing on one of the harder difficulties. And there are not a ton of enemy types in the game, which kind of, it can get a little old, but I think the game is broken up well pacing-wise between combat sections and exploration and puzzles. And overall, while it's not one of my absolute favorite games of the year, it is actually one of my favorite Silent Hill games, and I definitely recommend it. I had a lot of trouble with this top 10 list this year, because all of the games on this list are excellent. Like, this might be a true sleeper year for gaming, because there were no what I would necessarily consider like humongo heavy hitter franchises that came out with new games this year, except for maybe Death Stranding, but I wouldn't put Death Stranding in like the same league as like a GTA 6, for example. GTA 6 is like its own category of thing at this point, but you know what I mean. There were no like jumbo franchises that came out with new entries this year, but there were a lot of really, really good games, whether from other franchises like Silent Hill or new IPs or whatever. Like, it was a really solid year for gaming. But basically what I'm saying is every game in my top 10 this year is a banger in some way, shape, or form. And it was really hard for me to decide like definitive ranking this year. But I'm pretty happy and confident with where I landed with everything. So even though Silent Hill F is number 10, that doesn't mean it's like I necessarily like it the least out of all of the other games that I'm going to be talking about. All of these games are special. But the ones at the top of the list, oh yeah, those are de creme de la creme. Okay? Is that a saying? Cream of the cream? Is that what I just said? I'm sorry that I just said that. Anyway, number 9 is Death Stranding 2 on the beach. On the beach. I think that Death Stranding 2 had some of the best cutscenes ever. Some of the best cutscenes ever in Death Stranding 2 on the beach, and I'm going to talk about them briefly. So, mild spoilers, although none of this is going to be regarding the end of the game. I'm just going to list 3 cutscenes that I can't stop thinking about from Death Stranding 2 on the beach. Cutscene number 1. Tomorrow's fight, I guess. When she fights God, I can't even think. Higgs for the first time. She comes out, she pops those shoes off, and she starts swimming around in goo. That was awesome. That was so sick. Then there was Higgs versus Big Red, the samurai. Excellent choreography in that. I've never really seen like samurai choreography quite like that. Just like a big, giant, hulking samurai guy that makes baby noises, which is hilarious, by the way. Fighting against a teleporting electric guitar wielding maniac, which, by the way, the electric guitar can also shoot electric lasers out of it as well. Like, what? The choreography on that was amazing. And probably my favorite cutscene in the entire game, and my favorite cutscene of the year, is Norman Reedus versus the pizza guy. When the pizza guy just absolutely whoops Norman Reedus's butt using pizza dough, that will live on in my mind forever and ever and ever. You did it again, Kojima. But I'm a little disenchanted with Kojima, if we're gonna be totally honest. I'm a little tired of the way that he writes, which is to say, with a lot of explanation and detail, and people love it. People love it. I just tune out for a lot of the dialogue at this point. Dollman scene took me back and made me laugh. Could he be too weird? Are you talking about the dance scene? Took me aback and made me laugh when he's dancing? That one? I think about that a lot too. Not as much as the other scenes. Could he be too weird? Kojima, yes, I think he could be. And I think we're gonna see that with OD, because OD is like his next project, which is supposed to be a horror game, but he's gone on record saying like he doesn't really even consider it a game, and he doesn't think that it's gonna work. He's like, it's a new form of media, and I'm like, good for you, Kojima, for trying to push the boundaries of entertainment and try something new. But also, you could just make a game if you want, you know? I'd be cool with that. I'd be cool with just having a game. So I think that OD is gonna be that make or break point for a lot of people, where they're like, okay, it's official. Kojima is too weird. I don't understand what he's doing anymore. And then, you know, Kojima diehards are going to eat up every single crumb that he poops out, no matter what. So they're gonna love it. Me, I appreciate what Kojima gives us. But I'm just becoming a little. I need more than it just being a Kojima game for me to like necessarily be super jazzed about it, right? And Death Stranding 2 really nailed that in for me because I felt like Death Stranding 2 was just the first game again. I said this when I was playing it earlier in the year. I was like, it is just more Death Stranding. You're just doing everything you did in the first game. You're doing it again in the exact same order, in the exact same structure. It's the exact same game. And I heard a few like comments were like, well, what do you expect? Isn't that a good thing? Isn't just more Death Stranding? Isn't that like what we want out of a sequel? More, just more with more stuff to do in it. And it's like, yeah, I do want more. I want more stuff to do. And I like a lot of the additions to the game. I like that it's a little more actiony, I guess. But it did lose that like grueling feeling of the first game. It made the second game a lot more relaxing to play. So like the format of the game doesn't really bother me. It's more like, and I like the story, even though most of it is nonsense. It's more just like the actual beat by beat structure of the game, the way that it exactly mimics the first one, was really disappointing for me, to be totally honest. But it's still a one-of-a-kind experience. Well, I guess two of a kind, because now there's two Death Stranding games, so you could kind of have two experiences with it. You can have a one-of-a-kind experience twice. Anyway, Death Stranding 2. That's my number 9. Let's move on to number 8. Number 8. Absolum. This game came out of nowhere. I learned about this game pretty much the day that it released, and immediately was like, oh, did someone make this just for me? A 2D beat-em-up roguelike co-op with excellent art style and mechanics that make it feel almost like a 2D fighting game? Like combos that feel as satisfying to pull off as it would in like Guilty Gear, you know? God, I fell in love with this game immediately, and I got so much out of this game. I think I have Absalom has fighting game player approval, although I still need to find time to play. It's so good, Joe. It's so good. Oh, I saw some fighting game guy talking about Absalom recently. No, I almost said Justin Wong. But that's not his name, right? Is it? You know the guy I'm talking about. That's a guy's name, not the actor, because that's an actor. No, I'm thinking of Justin Long is the actor, and Justin Wong is the fighting game guy, right? I stay clear of Justin Wong. Oh, okay. I don't know anything about him other than he's a fighting game guy that, like, blocked a bunch of fights in a tournament or something. But I did see that he was talking about that game recently, and I just went, oh, wow, look, a fighting game guy is talking about Absalom. I know that Max loves this game. Maximilian dude, also very, very high recommendation for this game. Too long didn't read story, but his community went after some of my friends. The FGC, man. The FGC, it's so bloodthirsty, you know? That's why I can't do competitive scenes. I'm sure it's not everybody in the scene is toxic, obviously, but fighting game community can be pretty toxic, and we all know that. We all know that's true. But I got so much out of this game, way more than I expected. Like, me and my buddy Mike, he's a IRL buddy of mine, Maiko. Sometimes, Maiko, he lurks in my chat sometimes, and I don't really like to call people out a lurk, but Maiko, if you are lurking, just know I'm thinking about you right now while I'm talking about Absalom. And you don't have to chat, but if you're out there somewhere, thinking about you, pal. He's literally told me so many times, like, oh yeah, I was watching you today, but like I just didn't really want to say anything. I was like, oh, you don't have to, man. But if you want to, you're always welcome to chit chat with me. It can be toxic. We're trying our best to make it inviting and pushing out toxicity. Well, I'm glad that people like you exist, Joe. We need more of that. But anyway, back on topic. Absalom. Me and my buddy Mike, I think we have a total of nearly 100 runs together, right? Like 90-something runs together. We nearly 100% this game. We're like, I think at 98% of full game completion. That's all the achievements, all of the in-game challenges. We've done everything nearly in this game, and loved every single second of it. It feels so good to play. You're constantly discovering new things, whether that be new side missions, new characters, new upgrades that make your character play in different ways. There is always something to discover in this game. Now, I will say that the build variety is not huge. There is enough in there that there is a lot. There's a lot in there. But after, like I said, nearly 100 runs of Absalom that normally take about an hour to play to do a full run, so that's about 100 hours that I've played Absalom. I can see how the build variety could get a little stale after a while. It helps a lot to switch characters, and try out different things, but build variety is kind of slim. And same thing with, this is a criticism, not necessarily against Absalom, but kind of like, I say this about all roguelikes. Absalom has 4 main boss battles, right? The first main boss will always be the same, and then you can choose between one of 2 second main bosses, and then you get the final boss, right? Kind of like Hades. Hades is similar. I just wish that there were a couple more bosses. Like, if you could get a possibility of like 3 main first bosses, 4 main second bosses, 2 main final bosses to pick between or something, just like a little more variety in the actual boss fights themselves. Now, the boss fights can change up a little bit, depending on what you do in your run, but And there are other bosses besides those main ones. There are secret bosses, there are side bosses. The side bosses can have different variations. There's a lot more to the game than you might think, which is why I'm really trying to reiterate, like, I got a lot out of this game. And maybe I'm just greedy in saying that I want more. Maybe I've just been spoiled by Binding of Isaac, which literally has, like, you know, so many different bosses per floor that you could end up getting. It's ridiculous to compare anything to Binding of Isaac, but here I am, still comparing things to Binding of Isaac. Really what it comes down to is just, like, I like this game so much that I wish more of it existed. And that's not really a reason to have it at number 8 in my list. But again, a lot of what this list comes down to is actual fun per second. FPS. How much fun did I have over the extent of all of my playtime? And I've had a lot of it with Absalom. A lot of it. Honestly, it probably should be higher on this list, but that just goes to show you how much fun I've had with everything above Absalom. Understand? Okay. So then let's move on. What did I have more fun with than Absalom? Could it have been another roguelike game? Yes. If that's what you want to call this. Elden Ring Night Rain, coming in at number 7. Again, like, this is a higher spot than Absalom is, right? But I have way more gripes and complaints about Elden Ring Night Rain than I do Absalom. But I am a gosh dang sucker, and I love this game. I love this game. I feel like it is a test to my ability as a Souls player and my ability as a roguelike player. And I do think that this game has a lot of bullshit in it and is a huge learning curve. This is the only game that I've ever done, like, homework for, in the sense that I will watch videos about the game, like, as, like, good routes to take, how to build certain characters, stuff like that. Like, I actually watched, like, complimentary material to help me understand this game more. This game is so hard by yourself, and then you gotta trust randos half the time. So yeah, like I said, there are a lot of problems with this game. I'm not a huge fan of the way that it handles multiplayer in general. There's no cross play. Playing with randoms does not feel great. It did not launch with duos, although there are duos in it now. Same thing, like, with any roguelike, I mean, or as I was saying with Kirby Air Riders, Skypiea, you only get that one map. And in Elden Ring Night Rain, you get one map. And yes, it changes, there are variations, but there are only so many different seeds, which is not a lot. There are not a lot of seeds in the game. So if you play this game a lot, you are going to become very, very familiar with Limgrave in all of its iterations. I struggle really hard with the endgame content, which is, like, the Deep of Night mode, and the Everdark versions of the bosses is, like, too much for me. But it is nice to see that they made an endgame for this, and they have been supporting this game very consistently post-launch. And I do think that the DLC is great as well. It hooked me back in. It gave this game the shot in the arm that it needed in order to feel like a complete package. There is a day I gotta try it again. I did roll credits and got Wilder's cool ending. Nice. Yeah, I really really enjoy the actual act of playing this game. You know, like I've been very upset with this game, and I've had some shitty runs, but overall, I really love this game. And probably the most special thing about this game. All right, ready? I have I have very few buddies that I like to really like will go out of my way to play multiplayer games with. And a few of them are like IRL buddies, right? Like we used to play couch co-op games all through high school together and early Xbox 360. So like there are certain people that like I love playing co-op games with. But they never really played Dark Souls games, right? Because Dark Souls games don't really lend themselves super well to co-op, and they were too intimidated to play solo, right? So Elden Ring Night Rain presented an opportunity for some of my friends that would not normally play a Souls-like game to actually play a Souls-like game with me on the sole fact that it was a co-op game. And they like roguelikes as well. So, I don't know, I got to experience this game with someone, like with friends that I wouldn't normally play Souls-likes with. And I play Souls-likes, I play all of my Dark Souls and everything on console, so I've never had the ability to, like, mod seamless co-op into a game and stuff, so I don't know, it was nice to have that experience, and it is a good game, to just, like, pick up and play, do a quick run, but maybe more so than like any other Dark Souls game, maybe except for not since Sekiro has a FromSoft game had such a strict get good mentality. I would even argue that, and this is arguable, although I don't know how well I'd be able to defend it, but I would argue that Elden Ring Night Rain requires more get goodness than Sekiro. And Sekiro requires a lot of get good. But this is more than just like reaction to fights. This is, you need to learn the map and the characters and gain a second sense, a sixth sense, gain a sixth sense for like when the rain is gonna start coming in and all that, you know, like it's a lot. This game asks a lot out of you. Sekiro you can learn at your own pace. Night Rain has a time limit. Exactly. And that is that time limit is a strict none. I'm just calling it a none because it's like if you don't play by the rules, that it's gonna hit you on the knuckles with a ruler, and it'll go, hey, that's not how you do it. You die now, and then you lose. So Night Rain, definitely a top for me. It's a game that I never would have guessed would have ever existed. Even 2 years ago, if you told me Elden Ring would have a spin-off multiplayer roguelike game coming out, I would have been like, don't ever talk to me again, you know? And here we are in 2025, and it exists, and I love it. So that was number 7. Number 6. Number 6 is the Bonanza. The Donkey Kong himself. Donkey Kong Bonanza coming in number 6. This game, I would say is... It's weird, because Nintendo did not advertise this game as the killer app for the Switch 2. They advertised Mario Kart World as the killer app. And Mario Kart World is a fine game, but it does not leave the lasting impression that Donkey Kong Bonanza does. Donkey Kong Bonanza feel like I was like, oh, this is next gen Nintendo, right? It takes a very, very simple concept. Donkey Kong is big and strong and breaks stuff. And it gets every single bit of gameplay possibility out of that very simple premise. Donkey Kong is big and strong and breaks stuff. And they made a Mario Odyssey level game that is just pure quality, pretty much from top to bottom. Red Faction 2 Gorilla. So much time spent in this game just breaking things. Not even really playing the game, just breaking the environment, because what is more like cathartic? You just had a rough day, or like you're all anxious or all wound up. You boot up Donkey Kong Bonanza and you just break everything in sight. It's a joy. It's gorgeous. It's a beautiful looking game. I think that, like I said, it pretty much gets every single bit of like gameplay mechanic, like sustenance that you could out of the mechanics on offer, you know? There are moments in the game where I think the pacing drags a little bit, although I play these games in a really obsessive way. So I did this with Mario Odyssey as well. I 100% Mario Odyssey. Do you know how many moons are in Mario Odyssey? I don't even know. I think it's like 800 moons, and I got all of them when I played Mario Odyssey. So in Donkey Kong Bonanza, I think there are... I think there are 500? Maybe there's more. It's like 500 bananas or something to collect. I got all of them. Every single freaking banana that this game had to offer, I got them all. And I get very like, I won't move on to a new area until I have complete confidence that I've 100%ed the area that I'm in. So I'm like, oh, the game dragged a little bit at times, but you're hearing that from a guy that probably spent, 3 extra hours in an area mopping up all of the side activity before moving on to the next big thing, So take that with a grain of salt. I think this is probably the biggest attempt that Nintendo has ever made in like a platform adventure game to like make a story. And I mean, it's barely there, but it oddly works. I think that Rosalina, wait, no, not Rosalina. What the hell's her name? Come on, nerds, help me out. What's her name? I gotta look it up. Donkey Kong Bonanza. It's a girl. Girl name. Pauline. Whatever. Her name's Pauline, duh. Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Yeah, Pauline. Paulini. It's a me, Paulini. Claire Redfield. It's not Claire Redfield. I thought that, Pauline... Is it Pauline or Paulina? Now I'm confused again. Whatever. Whatever. She was oddly compelling. Like, or maybe compelling is not the right word, but she, like, is the... She's cute and innocent, and you can't help but feel for her when she's all shy about stuff, and I don't know, she's the heart of the game, and you do end up feeling, like, oddly attached to her as Donkey Kong, you know, by the end of it. And oh man, talking about the end of it, Jake Pauline, didn't he get knocked out over the weekend? I saw the big smile on that. I saw a picture of the fight, and it's the one dude just like, I think it's the knockout punch, him winding up for the knockout punch, and he's got the biggest smile on his face with Jake Paul like in the corner. Like, it's one of the funniest pictures I've ever seen. It's so good. He was the Halls, and the other guy was the Bows of Jolly. Bows of Holly? Jolly? But yeah, the ending of Donkey Kong Bonanza is one of the most, like, cinematic, roller coastery, bombastic endings to, like, any Nintendo game to date. And, say what you will about that final boss battle, it's not the best final boss battle, but everything leading up to it is so hype. It was so hype. So, I don't know, I just had so much fun with Donkey Kong Bonanza, and that's what this list is mostly based off of, is fun factor. You can't really go wrong with this one. So, number 6, Donkey Kong Bonanza. Congratulations. You freaking did it. You freaking did it. Congrats, Nintendo. Holly, maybe. But he got decked. He got decked is basically what we're getting at. Alright. I need to use the bathroom. I need to use the bathroom, and I need to refill my water. So I'm going to do that now as we get into the top 5. So, yeah. I'll be right back. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I'll turn that off too. That's fine. I'll be right back. Okay, hello, and welcome back to Plushy's Stream of the Year 2025, where we talk about a bunch of stuff that came out in 2025 that we liked or didn't like or whatever. Well, right now we're deep into the what we liked portion of the stream. We are deep in it. We are deep in. In fact, we are about to start my top 5 games of the year. The best of the best. The best of the best of the best. So yeah. Let's get into it. Or perhaps before I dive into this, mayhaps I can offer you another game that was also quite fantastic this year, but I won't be talking about within these top 5 games. And if you're wondering, like, you're like, oh, what game it could be so good that it's not even in the list of the top games. Well, my friend, have you heard of a little game called The Rogue Prince of Persia? Because it's a game that exists. You could click that link that just popped up and you could buy it for half off on the Ubisoft store. And if you use the Plushebola code, something will happen. Maybe you'll get a bigger discount. I doubt it. Maybe it'll make me look good. I hope. Or something. But I've been playing it recently on Switch 2. The Switch 2 version just came out and I got a review copy. And this is not like a formal review or anything. But I love it. I genuinely love it. One of my most played games on the Nintendo Switch was Dead Cells, and Rogue Prince of Persia is pretty much Dead Cells 2 in everything but name. I think that it is a very, very, very competent follow-up to Dead Cells. It looks good. It plays great. And it gets a genuine huge recommendation from the guy who mostly streams roguelike games on his channel. I've played it a few times on the channel. Last year while it was in early access. It's not in early access anymore. I haven't played it on the stream recently, but that's mostly just because I like playing it in handheld mode on Switch so much that it's become like a handheld only type of game for me. I genuinely think it is a perfect pick up and play type of experience, mobile experience that you would want from the Nintendo Switch console. So, check out the Rogue Prince of Persia. Okay. You're welcome, Ubisoft. So many people have probably bought this game today because of me. So, you're welcome. Alright, let's see. I need to reconnect. Reconnect that bad boy. Reconnect that bad boy. There we go. Best of the best of the best of the best. Alright. In the number 5 spot, we've got none other than Hollow Knight Silk Song. Man, this game pissed me off. This game pissed me off. Honestly, I'm surprised I have it so high on the list. But this is where I put it, and this is probably the game that I had the most difficulty placing, because honestly, remember I kept saying I'm judging these games based off of fun per second. I would not say that I had the most fun per second playing Hollow Knight. I would say most of my experience with my first playthrough of Hollow Knight was spent rather annoyed and frustrated with a lot of the changes that they made. Um, but I did get used to the kind of new quirks of playing as Hornet. Hey Gremlins, how you doing? It's good to see you. You're just in time for my top 5 games of the year. I know it says top 10, but now we're on the top 5. I mean, technically it's still the top 10 because top 5 is still within the top 10, but we're now on number 5. Hollow Knight Silksong. How you doing, Gremlins? It's good to see you. There is a lot that pissed me off about this game, but holy moly, can you feel the amount of passion and love that was put into developing this game? Every single screen, every single inch of this game is covered in detail, lore, the soundtrack. I mean, my favorite song of the year from a video game, well, that's a tough one, honestly, but it might be from Hollow Knight Silksong. The lace theme is a masterpiece, and I genuinely, when I was fighting Lace, I had goosebumps the entire time. That was like one of my favorite boss fights, not just of the year, but like of all time. And the highs of this game are genuinely, I think, unmatched. Like, when you think about how much content is in Silksong and how much it costs, it is absurd. This game is this is a $70 game that costs $20. Okay, like, that is insane. And it is not like, they did not slouch on the level design or the story in this one is so much more prevalent than Hollow Knight. You know, the characters, there's actual characters that you can like grow to care about. So many different enemy types. I think one of the biggest like gripes I've had with modern games is the lack of enemy variety. Like, I didn't mention it too much during this stream, but I did mention it in, like, Silent Hill F doesn't have, like, a huge variety of enemies, but that's a lot of games, in recent years. Like, you do end up fighting against, like, the same few different types of enemies just over and over and over again in so many games. But not Hollow Knight Silksong. Hollow Knight Silksong has recurring enemies, but when they recur, it like makes sense that they're recurring, and the amount of enemy variety is just it's just bonkers. It's astounding how much is in this game. It is truly a masterpiece. I still need to play Silksong for sure. Yeah, this is a masterpiece until, and this is where I'm gonna criticize Silksong a little bit. All right, I put up with everything that this game threw at me. Everything. I basically 100% this game. But I left a few things undone until Act 3. Okay? Now, I am going to spoil a little bit of the game here. Nothing huge, but I'm going to talk about Act 3 very briefly because this is my huge criticism of the game. So, in Act 3 of Hollow Knight Silksong, the game kind of pulls a mix of like Isaac and Symphony of the Night, where you basically you re-explore the entire area, but it's harder now, right? And a bunch of things have changed, and there is a random chance, well, mostly random, that you could be fighting like souped up versions of enemies, right? Now, the collectible in Silksong, in the first game it was the grubs for Hollow Knight. In Silksong you collect fleas, and I collected every single flea, except for like 3 of them, right? That were not accessible until Act 3. But there was one more that was accessible before Act 3, but I didn't find it before I went to Act 3. And this flea is behind a, what do they call it? A gauntlet? I think they call them gauntlets. Basically where you get, like, jumped by, like, multiple waves of enemies, and you have to beat them all in order to progress, right? So I had to beat this battle in order to get the very last remaining flea for me, okay? But, and this is why it almost feels like it's a glitch. This gauntlet, because I waited till Act 3, all of the enemies in it are their souped up Act 3 versions of themselves. Okay? And on top of that, all of the lights in the area are off. Because in Act 3, everything is broken and the lights are, like, this area is darker than it would normally be. Holy moly. That fight, that particular fight, feels so insanely hard that I'm convinced that it's bugged, that it was not intentional, and that maybe Team Cherry knows about it, but they think it's funny. They just think it's funny that if you forget to do this fight, that it's like a million times harder in Act 3. And that really, it is such a small little thing, but it soured my entire experience of Hollow Knight Silksong. Because I just went through so much bullshit. Just because for the sake of being like, yeah, I 100% Silksong. And I just can't bring myself to fight the final boss until I get this last flea. It's like just the stubborn part of my brain will not allow me to actually beat Silksong unless I get the final flea. And I can't do it. So I still have not seen the true final boss of Silksong because I will not allow myself to beat the game until I get this flea. So it's very frustrating, and I know it's kind of like a prison of my own making, but I have a lot of love for this game still. Even though I'm very upset with how my playthrough ended. I mean, I started a second playthrough of this game on stream, and I was having a great time with it. I really was. I kind of got distracted and started doing other things. I don't know if I'll ever finish that game on stream. Although I did get pretty far, to be fair. I probably could at least just get the normal ending. I could get it probably in one stream if I wanted to. But will I? I guess you guys are just going to have to wait till 2026 to find out. That's Hollow Knight Silksong, a masterpiece that just annoyed me a little too much in a little too many ways. Oops. Also, I don't know if I'm spoiling my game of the year for you guys every time I open up these layers, but I might be. I might be. Number 4 is Hades 2. This was almost my game of the year. Honestly, everything beyond Hollow Knight Silksong, like 4, 3, 2, and 1, were all almost, actually, except for my number 1 game. My game of the year, I knew that this was going to be my game of the year as soon as I beat it. I was like, that's game of the year. So keep that in mind. That means it's a pretty recent game. But my game of the year, there was no debate about it. 4, 3, and 2, you could pretty much swap these and it would make a lot of sense, but for the sake of my list, this is how I've ordered it. This guy, Silksong, made me go through so much bullshit and soured me. Also, Silksong's number 5. It's in my number 5 spot. That's what can I say? As much as that game annoyed me, it is a masterpiece. It is a one-of-a-kind type of... It's just like the type of love and care and detail that you really just do not see in games. It's crazy how much is in Silksong and that it's only $20. Like, that is just so crazy. How you doing, Pineapple? It's good to see you. Hi. Now we're talking about Hades 2. I wrote a giant review of Hades 2 while it was in early access. And that review is available to read in my Discord in the Game of the Year contender section from last year. Don't worry, you don't need to scroll very far to see it, because I did not write really many reviews this year. In fact, I only wrote one. So if you really want to see like an extremely detailed version of what I'm about to say, you can read my review of Hades 2 Early Access in my Discord. Hades 2 is not in Early Access anymore, though. No. This is a complete game now. I need to play Hades 2. I want to, but might wait until I start my job in the new year as a little treat. Yeah, save it. You know, treat yourself. Or, I mean, hey, Christmas is, you know, the holidays are right around the corner. You know, break out those puppy dog eyes and that bottom lip. Push it out real far. Please, can I have Hades 2 for Christmas? Mr. Santa, please? How could you say no to this? You can't. You literally can't. I think Hades 2 is... Here's how I put it. This game is better than the first in every single conceivable way, in my opinion. The first game is a beloved game. This is a plushy hot take. This is a big plushy hot take. The first game is beloved. I think the first game's fine. Not really my go-to roguelike. It's not really... I didn't find there to be enough variety in Hades for me to, like, keep wanting to come back and push that difficulty higher and higher. I know that the difficulty getting higher is where a lot of that variety comes from, but Hades just did not hook me the way that other roguelikes did at the time, and still do. Hades 2, on the other hand... I don't know, man. Every single change that they made, from Milenoe being the new main character and how she handles and how she plays, to the roster of gods and how they change your builds, the weapons themselves, the boss fights are awesome in this one, the soundtrack, everything about Hades 2, I really love. And they directly addressed like my concerns with the first one. Like, my biggest gripe with the first one was just that there was not enough run variety. Simply put, whether that be the bosses or really it was just like the actual run itself, right? You're always gonna run through Tartarus, and you're always gonna run through the lava, and then you're gonna run through the blue flowery area, and you're always gonna do the thing at the end, and then you fight Hades. It's always the same run. And the variations, I think, were minuscule from Run to Run, that like it did not actually make the act of like choosing a path very interesting. Hades 2 blows open the entire like lid of the coffin and exposes the decaying, rotting corpse of Hades 1 for what it really is. Monotonous. But basically by adding a whole second run. Hades 2 is literally 2 Hades games in one. And that is genius. That is genius. As I was playing through Hades 2 during early access, and as I was... Also, I'm sorry if I'm spoiling... I guess I'm kind of spoiling Hades 2. I probably should have said that before I said the thing that I just said about Hades 2 being 2 Hades games. But I guess I can't really go back on that now. I feel like most people know this already anyway. Most people know that that's kind of like the main thing of Hades 2 is that you go up or down. They're two totally different runs. They have totally different bosses, different enemies that appear. Everything is different about them. And it fixed, honestly, a lot of the, like, that alone, it fixed a lot of the problems that I had with the first game. There's just so much more to see in Hades 2. It also helps that it just feels perfect to play. It's very snappy, and it's very responsive. I think Melinoe is more fun. I like her kit more than Zagreus. And I story-wise, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really pay attention to the story of Hades or Hades 2. They're kinda... I skip through a lot of the dialogue, which could be kind of like... I know that's like what a lot of people like about Hades is the dialogue, but I'm there for the run more so than the characters. And I don't know. I'm trying to talk about the story of Hades. Which Hades game had the better story? I think that Hades 1 is a more personal story. I feel like you really empathize with Zagreus and you really are trying to like escape, you know, from under the thumb of your dad in the first one. I thought that was a more personal story. I didn't know, but it's not very spoilery to me. It makes me want to play more. That's how I feel about it. I was just like, well, like as soon as I found out that about Hades 2, I was like, oh, I am. But I found out by playing it. But so that, like, as I was playing it, I'm just like thinking to myself, like, there's this other way to go that I can't go yet. Like, what's up there? And like, the more I played, the more I was like, did they do 2 runs? Are there 2 games in my game right now? Are there 2 Hades games in my Hades? So I guess that's why I felt kind of bad about talking about it, because I was genuinely like, this is amazing. I love this game. But I didn't want to like take that away from anyone else, but I already did. So it's too late. But if you don't care, if that just makes you want to play the game more, then mission accomplished. You know? So yeah, story-wise, I think that Hades 1 has the more personal story. This Hades 2 really is kind of like a... It's more of like an underdog story, and it's more about not really redemption. It's more of like a prove yourself kind of story. It's more about Melanoe. Like, the underworld has been usurped, right? Hades ain't the boss no more, and it's up to Melanoe to basically, reclaim the underworld for her family, and also at the same time, like, prove her worth to the gods. So it doesn't feel quite as, like I said, as personal, or like emotional as the first game. But you can't help but root for Melanoe and feel a sense of accomplishment as you actually progress through the game. Like, she's a good main character. It's just that her story isn't quite as deep, I guess. Maybe I'll get it for Switch. Need more Switch games. Yeah, I have Hades 2 on Switch and on PC. It's one of 2 games that I bought twice this year. The other one being Silksong. You know what else is a game that you should own on Switch, Beef? The Rogue Prince of Persia. That's right, the Rogue Prince of Persia. Wait, what is it? R-Pop. This game. There you go. I'm not gonna go through the whole spiel, but I thought that would have been a good segue. Maybe you were setting me up to segue into that. I don't know. But the Rogue Prince of Persia is out now on Switch 2, and I do genuinely think that it is a perfect Switch 2 game. If I had to pick between Hades and Prince of Persia, I'm genuine here. I would pick the Rogue Prince of Persia over Hades 2, simply because Rogue Prince of Persia feels better to play in handheld mode. Hades 2, even though I own it on Switch, I still choose to play it on my TV screen as opposed to on the handheld mode. So that's my genuine input. I think that Rogue Prince of Persia works better as a handheld game. But Hades 2 is excellent, and I do recommend it, and it is in my number 4 slot this year. Which means that now we are moving on to the top 3. We are no longer in the top 5 or the top 10, although we are technically still within both of those, I guess. But yeah, my top 3 games of the year. The best of the best of the best. The best of the best of the best of the best. Okay? So what's in the number 3 spot? In the number 3 spot is Keeper. You're probably sitting there thinking to yourself, what's Keeper? And that is why it's in my number 3 spot. Because you need to know what Keeper is. Genuinely. Keeper is the newest game from Double Fine Studios, a legendary studio that brought us, point and click classics, like Grim Fandango and Full Throttle, to more modern classics like Psychonauts and Psychonauts 2. Keeper is a smaller project and one of the first projects to be led by the lead artist of the last few Double Fine games. So this was the lead artist of Broken Age and Psychonauts 2, and they let him direct a game. They went to the artist and said, you get to direct the next game. And Keeper is basically like a narrative puzzle adventure in the same vein as something as Limbo. You actually beat this? Oh my god, Beef. A game on my list that you actually beat? What? Honestly, I don't blame you. This game is phenomenal. This game is phenomenal. It's nice and short. You could probably beat this game in like 3 or 4 hours. Ah! Big poopin'. Hey, Skelly. Hi, hello. Big poopin'. Hi. You're big poopin'. We're talking about my favorite games of the year. And we're already in the top 3. I've been talking about my favorite stuff of the year for like 4 hours now. Which is the most that I could talk about stuff that I like. I guess. Well, I guess it's not because I'm still talking about stuff that I like. But also hi, and also hello. It's good to see you. Hi. Hi, Skelly. Hi. Hi. So yeah, my number 3 slot this year is Keeper, the new Double Fine game. It is what I call a narrative puzzle adventure, in the same vein as Limbo or Inside or I don't know, like Planet of Lana, any of those like kind of like side-scrolly, puzzly, short but sweet story games. Keeper fits very nicely into whatever that genre is. But man, you could tell this game was made by an artist. Every single frame of this game is beauty. It is people say this about games all the time, like, oh, it's like a living painting. It's like a painting come to life. This is literally that. This is like a Salvador Dali painting that you get to like experience and move through. It's stunning to look at. It is an excellent soundtrack. It's got a story that is like strangely affecting without a single word of dialogue. What if I am afraid of Dali? I would say that you should still experience this game because I've never experienced a game where I felt like I was moving through like a melting landscape that was like melting my mind along with it. Like it was very beautiful. I would argue this game, this is why Jeff Keighley, this is what the Game Awards don't, this is what you miss out on here. This game should be the game that won Best Art Direction this year, because the art direction in this game is probably the best art direction we've gotten in since Elden Ring. That's what I'll say. The only other game that I can think of off the top of my head that is as striking and that also looks like a living painting is Elden Ring. This game is beautiful, and it is non-stop beautiful. If you're afraid of Salvador Dali paintings, play this game because you will have an experience with this like no other. And genuinely, like, if you're a fan of art, if you're a fan of storytelling, if you're a fan of creativity, gaming, you should play Keeper. It is probably the game, again, it's not in the number 1 slot. Hold on. I'm here. I hate all those. This is not my game of the year, right? It's not my game of the year, but I would say this is my strongest recommendation for a game this year. Kinda. Like, if you have Game Pass already, it's on Game Pass. Just install it. Dedicate 4 hours to getting through it. And enjoy. Seriously, this is an experience. This is an experience that like you just don't get normally with games. And the fact that it's an Xbox console exclusive, okay? Which means that like it's on PC, but you know, if you're a console owner, there's a good chance you're not playing this game because you can't play it on the console that people actually own. And then there's also the fact that like Microsoft didn't even bother like trying to advertise this game. They did like one showing of it during like the Summer Game Fest, and then it just came out. It just like they just farted it out in October or November, and it's out, and nobody knows it exists except for the real ones. The real ones know. But seriously, this is one of my strongest recommendations of the year. I think that this is one of the most beautiful games maybe ever made, and I think that this is like, if Pixar could make a video game, like people that work at Pixar are playing this video game, like damn, like this is Pixar level quality, you know, like it is amazing. For legal reasons, I have to stress that my last chat was a joke. I'm going to check this game out. For legal reasons, are gonna get you. The fun police. The fun police are gonna get you. If you're not having fun, then you're gonna get got. This game looks gorgeous. I'm telling you, this is one of the most beautiful games, period. I highly, highly recommend it. Anyway, I'm gonna move on. Otherwise, I'm just gonna sit here for another 20 minutes just saying, seriously? I friggin' recommend. Like, you think I'm kidding? Do you think I'm sitting here lying to you that this is one of the most beautiful games ever made? Go play it. It's amazing. All right. In the number 2 slot, my runner-up game of the year. Not my game of the year, but almost, is Look Outside. Look Outside is my number 2 game of the year. And this is the only game this year that I wrote a review of. An actual review. Well, kind of. It was like a kind of a rushed review, but I did write something about this game. Looks like paint. No, wait, it looks like claymation. No, wait, it looks like real lake. No, wait, it looks like pastels. No, wait. Yeah, it is a game made by an artist, and the love of art shows in every single frame of that game. It's amazing. But we're talking about Look Outside now. What is Look Outside? Look Outside is a survival horror turn-based RPG. The entire thing takes place in an apartment building that you need to survive. You have to survive, what, like 15, 14, basically 2 weeks, just with whatever, like, food and supplies you find, and anyone that looks outside gets transformed into a horrible, horrible Cronenbergian monster. This game is amazing. This game, I mean, I could just read you my review of it, but I'm gonna try to rephrase the same stuff that I said in my review without looking at the review. I don't want to look outside. You shouldn't. You shouldn't, honestly. Me neither. It looks scary out there, last I checked. That's the trick, is that if you look outside, then, well, that's a game over. That's a game over. And that is what's so amazing about Look Outside. Sid Meier, this is kind of the basis of my entire review, my thesis, if you will, on Look Outside. Sid Meier once said, video games are just, I'm going to have to paraphrase this because I don't remember the exact quote, Video games are a series of interesting choices? Something like that? Hold on, now I have to look at my review so that I can actually see the quote. Where did I even... Sid Meier once said, games are a series of interesting choices. The best games, though, this is me now, are a constant stream, are a constant... Alright, now I'm reading my thing. I don't want to read it. I don't want to read it. Your feces? That means poop. No, I said thesis. Thesis, Skelly. Jeez. Jeezies. So if Sid Meier once said a video game is just an interesting string of choices, the most interesting games then are a constant stream of choices that you are agonizing over constantly. And that is Look Outside. I forget how many endings there are in this game. I think there's also like 15. Hey, it's John's poop. Is it a coincidence that I am getting a sidebar ad for adult diapers now? Probably not. No, probably not. That happens pretty often on this channel, honestly. Get a lot of adult diaper ads, which is hilarious. But that's what the algorithm thinks you guys like. So there you go. So yeah, Look Outside is I don't think I've ever played a game with as many choices that I like agonized over as I did in this one, where like walking into a random room will immediately present you with a plethora of choices. There is a weapon on the table. Do I take the weapon? Do I use the weapon? The weapon can break if I use it, especially if I use like more powerful attacks with it and stuff. So like choices built into every single aspect of Look Outside, and they're all meaningful choices that you're making. To the point where like there was literally a point in Look Outside where I was like really trying to consider like any RPG, any game where I've had to make as many meaningful choices as I did in Look Outside. I'm talking about like Mass Effect, any number of JRPGs. Like, I genuinely think that Look Outside gives you so many options, and so many like approaches and stuff. That's a really good poop emoji. Thanks, Kelly. That one was made by 8-Bit Val. If you know Val, great, awesome artist. They're awesome. They don't stream super often anymore, but they're great. Thank you for pooping. I do know them. Yeah, Val gave me a couple poops. She also gave me the noted one. This one. Note. Taking a little note on like a toilet paper. It's pretty good. That's a pretty good emote, if you ask me. So anyway, yeah, Look Outside, just constantly agonizing over choices, really, really great systems, with choice built into every single one of those systems. So much stuff to explore, so many endings to get, so many different like NPCs that can end up with you or against you. I watched Stony playing this game recently, and her playthrough looked completely different than my playthrough. And they just released a big 2.0 update, free update, that apparently added all new areas to the game and new bosses and new endings. So they basically just released a DLC for Look Outside that doesn't cost anything and gives you a whole new reason to play the game again, which I think I'm going to. Although this game is only out on PC, and this is another game that would be so perfect on Nintendo Switch or Switch 2, but it doesn't exist there or anywhere except for PC. My fingies are cold, Plush. Did you try, like, farting on them? Then they'll probably, like, be warmer, you know? Cause, like, the heat from your fart will, like, warm them, you know? They will be stinky. Well, you don't have to sniff them, you know? Just warm them up. You don't gotta go sniffing them like you're a you're a baboon. Like you are IR baboon. Do you remember IR baboon? I hated that cartoon. It was just like Cow and Chicken, but worse. If I fart, everyone's gonna smell it. Oh, you're one of those type of guys. Oh, I see. Oh, I do remember. You remember IR Baboon? That one was better than you know, I gotta throw this out here. Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. Very disappointing show. I remember being very excited for that show. And then it came out. And I was like, this isn't very good. That was like the beginning of my decline of Cartoon Network watching, I guess. But then they came back real strong with Adventure Time and like regular show era. And now who makes cartoons anymore, you know? What a review. What was I talking about? What was I reviewing? Anyway, those were my top 10 games of the year, and now I will talk about the number one game of the year, the game of the year that is the number one game, that is the best game that I played this year, that is my favorite game that I played this year. This is the game that evoked the most emotion out of me, out of any game this year. This is the game that I think has the strongest soundtrack of the year, that, oh god, the way that it complements the game is just so perfect. It is so perfect. This will not just go down as my game of the year, but this will go down as one of my favorite games of all time. Very, very, very easily. Very easily. And that game is boop, Skate Story. Skate Story is my 2025 game of the year. If you have PlayStation Plus, the middle tier, you can play this game as part of PlayStation Plus right now. And baby, you better be downloading it. If you've got PlayStation Plus middle tier, you better be downloading this game right now. Skate Story is, again, another game that is just, it is a singular vision from its developer, and it is uncompromising. It is weird. It is esoteric. It doesn't make a ton of sense, but it captures the emotion of skating so perfectly that I cried multiple times during this game. It is not a sad game necessarily. I mean, I guess you could interpret it as sad, because this is a game that is up for interpretation as far as the story part of it goes. I mean, it's a game about it's about expression and freedom through creativity and freedom through art and freedom specifically through skating. I used to skate. I used to be a skateboarder. And I don't know, like, I guess, like, the last great, and I'm talking great, skate game to come out, I think was probably Skate 2 or Skate 3. I didn't really play as much Skate 3 as I did Skate 2. But I think that this is even better than the skate games at actually like feeling like skateboarding. Now, it's not a very complicated game. Like, it's way less complicated to do tricks in this game than in Skate, or especially than in real life, obviously. Because the way that you do things is basically like you hit the shoulder buttons and the bumpers in different combinations, and then you hit circle to like basically launch it. So you'd be like, L1 and then circle, and then you'll do a kickflip or whatever. And that's how they all work, like different combinations of the shoulder buttons and then circle. To like land a grind, you actually have to like land on the thing that you're trying to grind on. Your character doesn't like lock on to the thing that you're grinding on. It all feels very grounded and real, even though you're playing as a demon made of glass and pain, who's trying to escape hell by skateboarding. So it's not very grounded or real sounding, but the act of skating in this game is so perfect and is held up so perfectly by the music that it struck a chord in me that I don't think has ever really been struck, ever. In the sense that skating is a thing that I did, that I love doing, that I don't do anymore, and that I miss. And this game came along and just captured that feeling perfectly. It made me, man, the time I spent just like reminiscing while playing this game and feeling nostalgic, even though it's not like a retro, it doesn't make me nostalgic for playing Tony Hawk Pro Skater. It doesn't make me nostalgic for playing the skate games on 360. This makes me feel like a skater again. And no video game has ever done that. I think a large part of that is, again, the way that the music really drives home the emotion of every scene, or every level or whatever. But man, I love this game. And I never would have guessed. Like, I mean, this game came out on December 8th, 9th. When did this even come out? When did this come out? It came out on the 9th, I think. December 9th. So it's been out for nearly 2 weeks. And obviously, I mean, I was not holding on to this list, I was not waiting to make this list until Skate Story came out. I was waiting to make this list until Metroid Prime 4 came out. And that didn't even make my top 10. And then I played Skate Story on a whim, and I found my game of the year. One of the best games that I've played in several years. Probably my favorite skating game of all time, officially, now. And there's no stronger recommendation that I could give than to say that I think that this is a perfect video game. I do. I think it's perfect. I think that this is a perfect video game. It does like have like a lot of weirdness to it. You could be like, I don't really get it. I guess that could be a gripe. Like, it's a skate story, but I don't get the story. There's a few janky moments. I fell out of bounds a few times in the game, and the ending definitely the ending feels like there's a lot left to be resolved, and it doesn't really let you, like, there's no like free play mode necessarily. Like, there are areas that you can revisit and free skate in, but when you get to the end of the game, that's it. That's the end of the game. And if you want to, like, re-experience the game, then... Which I haven't done yet. I have not gone and done a second playthrough of it. But as soon as I finished the game, I immediately was like, I can't wait to play this a second time. I might stream it, because I would just love to share the experience of playing Skate Story with you guys. Just to show you, like, how much I truly, like, I love the game. But it feels so personal. It feels like such a special and personal game for me that I might just do a second playthrough off stream. I might never stream this game. Every time I boot this game up, I might just want it to be just the two of us, you know? I don't know. But what I do know for sure is that I want you to experience this game. You might not love it the way that I love it, but no game has come close to making me feel the way that Skate Story felt this year, which was free, but still oppressed, you know? Hurt, but loving it, you know? Anachronistic, is that the word? But bound by physics. I love this game. Please play Skate Story. It's beautiful. Anyway, that's everything. That's my 2025 year in review. I hope that you guys enjoyed hanging out with me today. I don't do a lot of just chatting streams. It's just not something that I have the most confidence in myself over. That is to say, the ability to just talk without any kind of background distraction for, multiple hours at a time. But that's why I made visual aids, That's why I made visual aids for you guys. Been lurking most of it, but yeah, if there's anyone I trust with good taste, it's you. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will be uploading this to YouTube. I don't normally upload my streams to YouTube, but I would like to make a habit of at least trying to keep these Game of the Year streams archived somewhere. So I do want to upload this one to my YouTube. So if at some point you want to go back and skim through the list or listen to me talk about a specific game or something, that should be available. I'll probably post that, after stream at some point. So keep an eye out for it. I'll post about it. I am going to be ending stream here. I don't really feel like playing a game for an hour or whatever. I guess, yeah, I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow. And then I don't know if I would like to stream again on Wednesday, but I guess it depends on what's going on at the house. if we have people coming over or whatever. But I will be back tomorrow, and I will be playing something. I'm either going to play more shooty robot invasion from last week, or I'm going to start playing Wario World, which I've never played, and I'm very excited to play, because you guys know I love Wario games. I think I played, like, a little bit of Wario World, but never got past, like, the first world or whatever. Good work. Thank you, Beef. Thank you. I appreciate it. So here's my little outro spiel. Don't worry, I'm not gonna do the whole Prince of Persia thing again, but I will just at least post that link for you guys one more time. Rogue Prince of Persia. It's on sale on the Ubisoft store. It's one of my favorite games that I played this year, even though it's not in my list. And I'm not just saying that because I'm an Ubisoft partner. I'm telling you genuinely, this is a good game, and it's on sale right now. And if you use my code, it makes me look good. But if I was gonna buy this game, I would buy it on Switch, probably over the PC. That's just me. Hey man, talking for 5 hours about one thing is impressive. Thanks for sharing your tops with us. Thanks for hanging out through it, Pineapple. I appreciate it. This stream that you just witnessed is the stream that I look the most forward to all year long. I love going through the year and culminating all of my thoughts and feelings on everything that I play and trying to put it all together into one stream and just tell you guys about it to wrap things up. I love doing this. This is my favorite stream of the year, every year. And I'm already looking forward to next year's, because honestly, this top 10 list from this year had a lot of surprises on it. Things that I just did not expect. Here, I'm just going to read out loud my top 10 one more time. I won't use visual aids, but my top 10 of 2025, just to recap, is 10, Silent Hill F, 9, Death Stranding 2, 8, Absalom, 7, Elden Ring Night Rain, 6, Donkey Kong Bonanza, 5, Hollow Knight Silksong, 4, Hades 2, 3, Keeper, 2, Look Outside, and 1, Skate Story. There you go. So yeah, we'll do this again next year, and I hope that there are just as many weird little indie games and surprises on next year's list as there was this year. Because I love being surprised, and I love just like these singular vision games where it's like, you know, Sam Eng with Skate Story and the solo developer of Look Inside, and Keeper was not a solo developed game, but it is like the brainchild of the director of the game. I don't know, those 3 games. What a top 3. What an amazing top 3 for 2025. Keeper, Look Outside, and Skate Story. I hope that games as unique and special and creative as those end up on my list next year. But only time will tell. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. If you guys like hanging out here and you want to support this stream, even when I'm not live, there are a few ways to do that. Easiest way is by joining my Discord. It's where I post my schedule and my go lives and my reviews when I write them and my art and all that good stuff. All that is there. If you look at my my pinned message today, I'm just going to post this. I started a little Christmas fund. If you guys are feeling generous and you want to donate to, you know, it's a good cause. I'm basically just trying to raise a little chunk of change to be able to afford a nice gift for my grandparents. Give them like a weekend out of the house or something like that. So if you want to donate to, you know, something special this year, there's the link. No pressure. No pressure. And also thank you to anyone who did donate. That is very, very generous of you, and it means a lot. So there's my Ko-fi. Here's also my merch store. You know, if you just if you need some stocking stuffers, you know, you want to put some plushy bola mugs in someone's stocking this year, there you go. That's where you can get them. All right there. All right. Let's raid somebody. Let's find somebody to raid. Let's find a cool person that we can raid and that we can give our love to. All the love, all the love. Who am I gonna love? Who am I gonna love? Ellie Sneaks is on? Oh my god, I'm raiding the absolute heck out of Ellie Sneaks. This is like one of the first, like, one of my earliest Twitch, like, people, I guess. And they stopped streaming for a while. And now they're back. So I'm gonna frickin' raid them. I'm gonna frickin' raid them, dude. I hope that I did that right. Did I? I think I did. Yeah, that looks right. That looks right. Okay, my raid message is very simple. It's just hi, hello, just like that. If you're not subscribed, if you are subscribed, it's a little more complicated. We put the few emotes in there, just like that. Just like that. And if you're not subscribed, feel free to put whatever emotes you want. You know, put your favorite emotes. Show Ellie your favorite emotes. But if you are subscribed, you better be licking that poop and mm-hmming, all right? Or I will be upset. I will be upset about it. You can lick the butt. That's fine, Turret. You could do that. Grindhouse, hello, hello, hi, hello. Just in time for the raid. Thanks for hanging out today, everybody. I appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow with stuff. And remember, Skate Story, game of the year. Go play it. It's the best game. It's the best game you'll ever play this year and maybe ever of all time. And you'll love it. And the whole time you're playing it, you'll be thinking to yourself, oh, that plushy guy, he sure knows what he's talking about. He sure does. Okay, I'm sending you goodbye.